camera perfect earlier. Now it's going to be stupid again. Ah, what up, yo? Welcome to the stream. Hope everybody's having a good day. Good morning, everybody. I'm a little. Wow, that was just weird. So what's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. If you're new, if you were here yesterday, you know we had some issues. We ran into a little trouble with the playthrough. Little trouble with the playthrough. Little trouble. And thank you for the alert, Nosity. I appreciate that, my friend. Let me do your shout out and reach you down here, and we're good. Hope you have a good day, sir. All right, so yeah, if you were here yesterday, last part of the day was not a good part of the day. We got to within a day of starting preseason on season number 3, and the game froze up. So played around with it a little bit yesterday on the stream, trying to get it to work, and nothing. It wouldn't do it. Didn't do what I wanted it to do, so I ended up stopped saving. I tried one more time. So I said to try to get it back this morning. Started to set up the new save for the YouTube one that's coming up with Sheffield FC. Got almost to the end of it, and it was taking too long, so I decided to go ahead and just go done. As soon as I turned off the stream, it popped right on. So I set that up, did some testing. I think I got the offsides thing fixed. I only played one game though, so might be wrong, but we'll see. But about an hour later, about half hour after I turned off the stream, I turned the game back on. Put it on, was watching TV, about to fell asleep. About an hour later, it popped in the next day, so I think we're fixed. Matter of fact, I know we're fixed. So just got a new, they just offered me a new contract. Set up all the friendlies. We're going to go through this real quick. I'll make a little bit of money from these friendlies. I got a new contract. Yeah. It's for 2 years. Respond. Come on, mouse. Don't play with me today. We're not doing that today. I am delighted to have signed a new deal. I can absolutely guarantee it. I don't know what I just guaranteed, but I probably shouldn't have. Yeah. Whoopsie. That was probably a dumb idea, but you know what? I don't care. I'll do everything I say I'm going to do. So this year, we are playing against teams in the northern counties league, the Eastern League Division 1, NCEL, and there is a tournament that we play for, cup, that we can win, hopefully, and we will also be playing for the Isuzu FA Trophy. So there are those two matches, plus we have 40, I think we have like 42 matches through the season. So it's going to definitely be a very, very weird year. So here's our schedule. As you can see, we do not have a month off at all. We have no time off in months. The smallest 2 months are the last 2 months with only 4 matches. Yeah, it's going to get very interesting. Like I said, we're going to have 42 matches plus the cup matches. So there's going to be a shit ton of things to do. We got 5 there. We've got 2, 4, 6 there. Well, one of them's the FA Cup. 2, 4, 6 matches plus that one. So we got 6, including that one there. 7 in this one. Yeah, we're gonna definitely have we may have a more of a rotational squad this year, because we're definitely going to need it. For the simple fact is that we are going to get the shit beat out of us if we don't. Hopefully we can get some in there and not have a problem with it. Don't you dare. Don't you freaking dare. Alright. So we're off to the races. We are soon to have a match. I wish they'd do that automatically. I really wish they'd do this automatically, but they don't. For some reason, they shouldn't do it, but they don't. I love the mamas. I see you there. I see the mama. She also rolled over on her side. No, you're not on TV today. Sorry, kiddo. So we'll have different stopping points, that kind of stuff today. Yo, Rebe! Rebe! What's up, Brayden? The Revy's in the house. The Quack's in the house. What's going on, guys? Welcome in, welcome in. You're just in time for me to start the season today. Hang on 1 second. I gotta turn this down because I know that's loud. I know that's too loud today. What's going on, Rebe? Rebe, my hero. There's Rebe. Shout out for you. What's going on, Quack? How you doing, buddy? Hope you're having a good day. Let's see. Doing this stuff is a pain sometimes, but you got to do it, you know? Why? Why is Quack? Because Quack is Quack. That's why. Duchess! Duchess! What's up, Duchess? How y'all doing today? Hope everybody's having a good, what is this, Tuesday? I don't even know. No problem, guys. Welcome in, welcome in. If you are new, what's up, what's up, Giggles? How you doing today? If you guys are new here and you've never seen me before, you don't know who I am, come in with the raid. I go by the name of Elf Sutton. I guess you could say I'm a variety streamer, although I'm really not, because this is the only game I really stream right now. I do stream ESO also. The hell did I do? It's upside down. So, I stream every day, or I try to. Yeah, I'm writing names down. My brain don't work good enough for me not to write names down. Yeah, you know. So we are no problem. So we are playing Football Manager 24. We are a team called the Shire Academics. This is our start of our third season. We're at the preseason version of that. Thought we had a lot of problems yesterday. I was so unhappy. They better not do it today. I'll be so mad. Because I really don't want to start over again. But we stream. I try to stream between 9:30 and 10:30 every day. Doesn't always work out that way, but you know, it is what it is. I am a disabled streamer. I raise money for charities. If you came in, you'll see the charity pop up. It's for the American. It's for the Multiple Sclerosis Society. I do that charity because my mom has multiple sclerosis. She's 72, 73, and she's in the nursing home because she's unable to walk, and she has memory issues because of multiple sclerosis. This is Football Manager 2024. It is a European football or soccer, for those of us Americans out there. It is a soccer game. Just don't do this to me today. I'm not in the mood for this. I can tell you that right now. We are not going to do this today. Worked perfectly fine yesterday. I'm just getting panicky because it did it to me yesterday. I know that's what the problem is. I do upload all my VODs to my YouTube channel, which is linked below. For every month that we do a charity, I have a merch store that's also linked in the little thing at the bottom of your page where your links are at. I have a couple t-shirts, sweatshirt, hats, a couple hats. I got a bucket hat and another hat, and they all have my little dude on them. And the one t-shirt, if you go to the page, there's a guy, it's one with a person standing with their back. At the top is the Multiple Sclerosis Society symbol, and underneath that it says June 2025 on the front. If you flip them around, look at the front, it's got the Elf Sutton thing in the center. Those t-shirts are, I think they're $25, I think. I can't remember what the t-shirt price is, but every one of those t-shirts that are sold in this month, or any time, because I usually keep them on there, the profit from those shirts go to charity. So I make like $5 or $10 from that shirt. It'll go to the charity. I do the charities from the 3rd to the 3rd. We do that every month. You're not doing this to me today. I can tell you that right now, machine. We are going to have an issue. I'm so upset because this should have been fixed. It fixed it here. It went to this day, and then it's going to get stuck again. But so yeah, the we do different charities. Last month was the American Heart Association because of my heart. I have a heart condition. I am disabled, so this is all I ever do. Um, we we do what we do. We have fun. Try to have fun. Um, I do have some participation things. I do not know. This is bugging me. I don't. We do have some things you can do in the when we game is working right, um, and it does this. This is a problem with Football Manager 24. It will get into a spot where it will do this, and it will just sit there and spin for hours sometimes, and it's not supposed to do that. But it's a system. It's a game problem, not the system problem. I thought I had it fixed yesterday. I've never had it work 2 days in a row like that. So I'm not quite sure why it's doing that. It shouldn't be doing that. But it does this, and that's usually the end of your stream, your save. It's never happened to me within the third year. It's kind of weird. Um, but when the game is running, if you're a football fan, you have a favorite team you want to play for, you wish you could play for, you support. We do have a little bit. Oh, good. It didn't lose it. Good. Okay, never mind. It's just the slowness of the game. Um, you can add there's 4 ways to get involved in the game if you want a player in the game. The first way is they all include bits. It's 500 tier where you get if you pay 500 bits, you will be put on a random team in a random nation in a random position. We'll put your name in. We'll give you a boost to your uh, potential. 1 to 50, up to 50. It can't go above that, but we'll add. So, like, I did my guy earlier, a couple of days ago, and I did one for me to show what it was like, and he got 42 added to his current potential, which put him up to 49. Then we will any sorry about that. This is the weather killing me. For the different things, your attributes will add a little bit to that to make them a little bit better of a player. Put them on a short list, keep track of them through their career. For 1,000, you can do the same thing, but you'll get a little bit better. It'll be a random team and a random player, a random position, and we'll get you up to 100 on that. For 1,500, you can become a very good player. Not quite a wonder kid, but you can become a very good player. You get to choose the team, the position that you want to play, and we'll give you bonuses to up to 150. And then for 2,000, you can become a wonder kid in the game. Basically, you can play for whatever team you want to play for. We'll give you a potential rent between 150 and 200, and you will get to go and we'll keep track of you and keep you in there. That's a kind of a fun way to get involved in the game. Being that my team is Shire Academics, I did add a player. And of course, I added my son, so he had to be my name, but I gave him a nickname, which is kind of funny because Crab's not and for those in LSW, if you see the chit chat thing he was talking about, and he asked me how I was doing, and he said meant to say pal, but put his new phone put pap, and I kind of make fun of it because I am probably the elder statesman in the LSW team. I believe I'm one of the older people around anymore. But he said that, and I said something about oh, cool, we get the invitation. Now we're in under 18s again. I said something about I probably am that, and he goes, he said we'll just call you Granddad Grandolph. I was cracking up. I was thinking that is a great name. I wish I'd have come up with that for my name when I did my thing. That would have been amazing. But yeah, we're just working on getting through our first preseason, our third preseason. We did win we did win our division last time. Tommy Tom, what's up, Tommy Tom? How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you being here. Dead by Daylight. That's kind of funny, Tom. you're playing Dead by Daylight, and I was watching Silver the other day on his birthday stream, and he was playing Zombie Army. And I was talking to him. I said, you know what would be really cool is if they came up with a game like that, but made it in a DBD, in a Death by Daylight type situation. I think that would be a cool. I'd like to see a game like that sometime. I would never play it, but I think it would be cool. I don't play shooters. I don't like that kind of games like that. But I think that would be kind of cool. But yeah, we're into our third season here. Starting now, we made it up on the first season. We were promoted from the 12th division, 12th level to the 11th. Um, we won our final. We came down to a final day match that we lost, so we finished second. We didn't win the title. In the previous season we just finished, we ended up being in first place from match day 5 to the end of the season. We ran away with it. We got promoted. We won the championship, so we won that championship. It's going to be a little different this time than the last 2 seasons because we actually have games now. When you play in the lower level of England, and I can't speak for all lower level teams, but places, but I'm kind of assuming they're the same. You don't get a lot of matches. There's not a lot of teams in each division. The further down you go, down to level 20, in level 20, you'll be lucky if you have 7 teams in a division. And so you only get like 14, 15, 16 games a year, and they spread that over the entire season. So this time, when we just looked at the schedule a little bit ago, the schedule's packed. Plus, we have 2 competitions to be in. We're going for the our competitions this year will be for the Northern Counties East League Division 1 and the Isuzu FA Vase and the NCEL League Cup. Now, this will happen with this cup is they will put in all the players from my division into the league, into the cup, the first round, and then the next round they'll put in the teams from the Premier Division, and then they'll play it out for a regular thing. I think it ends up being about 5 rounds altogether. This one's quite fun because there are a ton of teams in this. It's like all the lower level teams. You can actually play teams up through into the north, the Vanarama. I'll get it right eventually. Vanarama North League or National League. So you can play teams up all the way up to that level in this tournament. I can and I have in the past won these with the division team that I have. Don't know where we're going to end up finishing right now. They are picking us to be. Right now, as the start of the season, we are picked to finish 5th. That's what we're picked to finish. We'll finish in 1st, just because I said so. Let's see, how do these work out? So 5th place would get us a playoff spot. Looking through this team, I really don't see anybody that I'm worried about because a couple of these teams can't be promoted. Chesterfield United under 18 or 20s can't be promoted. The Rossington team main reserves cannot be promoted either. So those 2 teams, although they could win the title, they cannot be promoted. So there's all that. So don't play the games during the preseason. We just zip through them so that we can get through the preseason. First season I played about a month at a time because it was easy to do. We only had like 3 games in a month, so it wasn't too hard to do. The game is running slow because I am working on a 1 PC system. I don't have more than 1 PC, so I don't. I have my OBS running on one screen over here, my game running on a screen over here, and it runs a lot slower than it normally would. Although at times it does go kind of quick, and then at other times it don't. So, you know, we just sit here, we have fun, we do this for about 4 or 5 hours, depending on how I feel. I was gone for about 1.5 years. I've been a member of LSW for a long time. I just wasn't active for 1.5 years. I had shoulder injury. I was playing on my PlayStation 4. I also streamed ESO. I did some last night. I love that game, and it's about time. They're about to come up with a new drop. We're getting our new material for this summer to be dropping probably a week from today, and then we'll be doing a lot more ESO for a while because I like to do that. So you know, it's one of those things where I stream when I can. Right now, the rest of this week is the towards the weekend is kind of up in the air because my brother is coming in from South Carolina. He has a house about 20 minutes away, 25 minutes away that people moved out of, and we've been going over help clean it out because they left stuff. But when he comes in, we're gonna get a dumpster over there, and we'll probably be a couple days where I may not stream until the evening. I don't know yet. I have no clue what's going on. Nobody tells me anything till the last minute, so we'll be doing that. But yeah, like I said, I try to stream twice a day. I stream in the mornings, and then in the evenings if I have the ability to. Except for Tuesdays and Wednesdays, I can't stream in the night because I participate in a. There's a if you're a wrestling fan, you know that there's like two major wrestling companies in America now. There's WWE and there's AEW, and I'm a member of a Reddit that's about AEW, and we have a Discord that we do a weekly or 2 weekly podcasts. One on Tuesday nights, starts at 8:30. You're welcome if you're a wrestling fan and want to talk shop. You can come in and talk. All you have to do is go to the look up the if you're on Blue Sky or on Twitter, or I think he's on. I think Kelson's got it on everything, but you can look those up. It's called the AEW fan AEW fan club fan subreddit. The hell is it called? I hate when I do that. I can't remember shit. Let's see. I should put it. I'm gonna have to talk to him about that tonight. I might put a permanent link on my page too, just because it's called the. Yeah, we'll get there. It's called the AEW fan hub Reddit. You go there. There's a link to the Discord. You can join the Discord, and we do these podcasts Tuesdays and Wednesdays. We won't do it again this Wednesday like we did last Wednesday because there's a 4-hour show, and we're not doing it at midnight. But we'll do one tonight. So from 8:30 until we get done shooting the shit, we talk about, like, Tuesday night's called Ignition. We do a whole bunch of different stuff. Talk about all the news that's going on, whether it be AEW. We don't necessarily exclusively talk about AEW or their partners. But we do that. And Wednesdays is usually a Dynamite review show, or it can be a Dynamite quick review and a pay-per-view pre-show kind of thing that we do. But we do welcome anybody that wants to come and talk. All you got to do is join the Discord, and then you can talk. You can come in, and we open it up. You can find that podcast anywhere you want. It's on everything. We have Spotify and all the places you might find your podcast. You can go check that out if you'd like to. It's just me, Kelson, MK, a bunch of people get together, a bunch of friends that just hang out and talk shit. We do have heated arguments. We do get into some heated conversations, but it's all fun, and we just have fun with it. We actually have a couple people that are from the WWE world too when they come in. Oh, Elams, are you gonna leave me? You poor little slob. I hope not. But you're supposed to read. I hate when they do this. He sends me a thing about 2 weeks ago on this game. Says he's gonna retire from playing full-time soccer or football. I'm thinking, dude, we're a semi-pro team. You haven't played full-time soccer in 3 years. What the hell? But he says he's going to continue playing part-time as a thing. And I'm thinking, you're already doing. Why are you telling me this? Because I don't know what you want from me. You don't need to tell me this. I'm still trying to sign everybody to regular contracts. I'm having an issue with that because the game has not let me sign regular contracts for preseason yet. So basically, I have a team full of amateurs getting paid bonuses to play for us. So I don't know. We'll hopefully get that changed today. It's one of my objectives. We're going to try to get to the end of preseason. Just depends on how slow it goes. We've got like 8 games that we have to go through to get ready. Ooh, Frimpong going to Newcastle for $71 million. That's a lot of money. Saka's going somewhere. He won't be at Arsenal next year or this year, or next year I should say. Who do we play? Newport County. So I normally set my team up to play against maybe a team or two better than us during the preseason. But in this case, once you become when you're an amateur team, you really don't make any money from anything. You make it from your ticket sales. You'll get sponsorship deals if you win tournament. If you win the division, you get a little bit of money, and then most of the time when you start playing in a low division team, after your first year, you'll get turned semi-pro, which then means you can sign players to contracts. As an amateur team, you can't. So anybody can leave that wants to. They don't even have to tell you. They can just go. You can be looking at your roster one day, going, "Where the hell's my starting left? Where's my starting? Uh, poacher at? I don't know what happened to my starting striker. Where'd he go? He decided to go and leave because he didn't want to play for you anymore because he's in contract." And you can also get rid of people who talk too much shit and aren't happy. Which isn't always necessarily fun to do, but you sometimes have to. But then, we're just going to get destroyed again. But that's okay. Build my team up, man. Build these boys up. Let them get better. But what happens, I didn't mean to do that. But what happens is once you get those contracts signed, then you become where they just can't sign them off your team. Unfortunately for me, for whatever reason, ever since, I don't know, it's been a while. Ever since I've been playing for like the last 6 months in FM24, anytime I do a save in the lower leagues, our first year as a semi-pro team, it will not let me sign contracts. I can do is offer them playing bonuses for playing time, for unused substitution time, and like goal bonuses, stuff like that. So I don't really have a contract with them. I have never, in any of the other games I've ever played on this in the last 6 months, have never lost a player in the middle of a season until this save in the last season. I lost 4 starters in the season to other teams. I've never had that problem before. Luckily for me, I had people to back them up. I brought in people I needed, and we continued to win, and we didn't end up losing enough matches to take us out of first place. But yeah, it sucked, and you don't get to put a value on them. Even though you're paying them money, you don't get a value for them, so you can't really decide. You can't say, I want this. If somebody brings you an offer, you can't take them and tell them, well, I want this much for them. There's nothing you can do about it. So hopefully we're going to be able to start signing those contracts here soon. I'm hoping after the 1st of July, but we'll see. I have 6 active countries right now, or countries where you can play. There are 6 different continents in this game. You have Oceania and Asia, and you have North America, South America, England, or Europe, and Africa. And what I basically do in these saves is there's a couple different ways you can do it. If you just go in and you keep, like, if I just went in and since I'm playing in England, I wanted to just load the English league, it would load 20-some thousand players that are in the English league, and then after that, you would have the outer leagues would be run, but they wouldn't produce new players, and it can cause issues down the road with your save. There's a couple different ways you can do that. I do it the way I do, where I add a team. I randomly add teams from each continent, or countries from each continent, and then do their teams as low as I can go in most cases, except for and usually when you load this game, you buy this game, MLS in America is only one league. They don't have more than one league in the American database. Fortunately, there are people out there who are able to create databases. So they go out and they create a database for the U.S. that incorporates the 600 and some teams that are in America that aren't included in the MLS save, or in the MLS database. So I have one of those. I've downloaded a database. Don't you go nowhere, man. Don't you do it, Nathan. You need to stay with us, buddy. You're my hope. You start out when you first load the game and you buy the game. You start out with 57 available 57 available places you can play the game. You can start in any of those that you want to. Each one has a different thing to it. There's all the major places like England, France, Germany, Ireland, Scotland, Italy, Germany, Portugal. You have all those in there. Plus you have Brazil and Colombia and Uruguay and North America. You have Mexico and U.S. and Canada. You have a ton of teams in Africa. You also have teams in Asia and in Oceania, but it's limited to places you can play. So in order to end that thing, there are people who make all the countries in the world are included in the game. They just can't all be played. Um, they do that because there are players from some places that aren't playable that are actually really good players, and they do that so that those players can be included in the game and not hurt anything. But there are people who go through and you can actually activate all the leagues that are available in the game, and that's what people do. When you first download this game, England only has six. The English pyramid only goes down to the Vanarama North South North Vanarama National North South League. So you've got the Premier League, the Championship, 1, 2, the Vanarama North National, and then the other two, which is on one league. So you have 6 leagues. I have leagues down to level 20. This team I'm playing right here started in league 12, and they are moving. This is the preseason for League 10. And then when we win this league this year, we will move up to 9 or wherever it tells us to go. And that's how it basically works. And it's fun if you're a football fan. This is. I was talking about this yesterday in the subreddit or in the Discord. This is by far the best. What's up, Mr. Niche? The Niche Man. What's going on, babe? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. All right, let me see here. That is awesome. Thank you so much for coming in, my friend. Now, unfortunately, I'm sorry, Manny. I needed to disable them and I didn't do it. None of the jump scares or anything like that work right now. I had to cut back on. I got everything working. I was having fun with it. I was so happy, and I lost my other computer, and this one runs so slow. I had to disable everything. I was like, man, this is not cool at all. But I didn't take the time to go in and fix them because I figured they're going to be fixed again sometime soon, hopefully. I'm still waiting on getting another computer. So I'll rate y'all down here. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Hope you guys are having a good day. Hope your stream went well, Mr. Niche. I appreciate you coming in. For those of you coming in with Mr. Niche, if you don't know who I am, my name is Elf. I go by Elf Sutton. You can call me Elf. Eric, that's my name. I'm a disabled streamer. I stream. Yeah, you know what? This computer, double knock on wood. This one I got from my mom, and it actually is able to do both the game and the OBS. Every time I get, I've had. If y'all know, have been around since I came back in and got active again, I went through 3 PCs besides this one. I had the one I originally had. This is the third one. Never mind. I went through 2. The one I originally had, my mom had, and she screwed it up somehow. And I wasn't able to, like, if I shut it down, it would take anywhere from a half an hour to 45 minutes to restart. I figured, you know what, that's a Windows issue. I'll figure it out. And it started running really badly. And then the one I found at the place my brother owns that was left there, the hard drive just fell out on that one. One day it was working, the next day I turned it on and it said it was no hard drive, so that was gone. Then I got another one that I was using and it died. And then I got this one and I was like, you know what, I was so upset because I wasn't able to do this. I was going to take like till the first of the month, which has passed and gone, and I was going to have to do it that way. But then I went to my dad's to do some stuff for him, and he was talking about he had to go down, he had to take us down to get to my mom. She's in the nursing home just down the road, and we were going to have to get the computer out because she wasn't allowed to have her computer anymore. And I'm thinking, hey, you know, I could use another computer. And so I brought it in and put the game on it, and it was running great. And then my other computer died. I couldn't even run the OBS right. So I was like, you know what, I'm done. So I switched it over, and then at that night I started playing. I was resigned to playing ESO for 2 weeks, and I got to thinking, wait a minute, this computer runs really, really good. Let's see if we can do OBS on there too. And I did, and it worked. I'm like, yes. But yeah, we're in the process of trying to. Be honest with you, I got to get everything new. I need a new PC. Or I don't, and you know what? I don't need a new PC. What I need is I need a PC that will run OBS. That's all I need. I don't even need it. It don't have to be more than, it could be a old junk PC. As long as it runs OBS, I don't care. I got to get a new camera because this camera will die. If you're here and you're watching the thing and it goes blank, I didn't end, and you still see the game there, I didn't end. It's the camera froze, so I got to unplug it, plug it back in, and start it over again. I need a computer desk. I need a chair. I just need, and it's one of those things where I'm doing what I got to do the way I got to do it, and that's the way it's going to be. And it is like that. I stream Football Manager 24. This is the game we're playing right now. I am the team called Shire Academics. They started in League 12, 11, the level 12. Slow it down, turn it down a little bit. We won promotion the first season to 11. We won promotion the second. We won the champion. We won the league the second year to win promotion to level 10. We are now moving into the Northern Counties Eastern League Division 1. That is in level 10. We'll play through this through the year. There are 42 matches this season plus tournaments, so we'll be playing a lot of games. So it's one of those things. Actually, it only takes 4. So, and I have all these PCs just laying around because we find them. Like I said, my brother owns properties. He owns my house. He owns a house over in another little town about 25 miles from here. And the people who live there just moved out, and they left some stuff there. So my brother hires me and my son and my dad go in, and we start cleaning it out. Well, I found a PC sitting there, and it was one of these smaller, probably about that big. It wasn't a very big. It was one of the miniature ones. And when the hard drive went out, I thought, this is a piece of cake. I got an old laptop sitting here. All I got to do is take this down to a shop. I used to be able to do it, but I couldn't do it now. And well, you know what? The thing is, yeah, with 16 you would be overkill, but I really just want to get, if I had my dream computer, there are 300 leagues available in my playthrough. No problem, Manny. No problem. So I eventually want to get a up-to-date brand new PC that I can open them all up and play in every league without having an issue with lag and stuff like that. Right now, what I'm doing is I have 6 leagues open in 6 different continents, and it runs faster when it's not got OBS, but I've got everything on it. OBS is on here, and Streamlab add-on is in there. And I've got a graphics thing that I have to use to make my graphics look good, to do the stuff for my store. So the 16 would be great, but yeah, I know I'll get there eventually. It's one of those things where it's frustrating because, to be quite honest about it, I've been working on trying to get back online since January. It took me till May to finally be able to get the equipment and stuff fixed up. So it was very frustrating. And then I get it started, and then it dies. Then I went about a weekend, and then finally got that done. Then I did it again, and I'm like, this is just like, it's driving me crazy. But hey, persistence is one thing. But I'm just so glad to be back in streaming again, because that year and a half that I took off was killer. It just messed me up because it was so much of a no. And what it was like I got the stickers set up through Twitch, which I was happy about. I'm new to OBS. I never used OBS before. I was streaming on PlayStation 4, so everything was done. All you do is hit the switch button, and yes, we do. But it was funny because every time I would get a PC and it would work and it would die, something else would come up. I'm just like, this is crazy how this is working out. But then the one I was using originally for the OBS that finally died on me, it was causing, what it would do is it would like, the OBS would, every time I turned the OBS on, I'd had to redo everything because it wouldn't hold the things. It wouldn't hold any of the settings. It kept crashing when it first started, so there was a problem in the internal computer. And I used to do that for a living. That's what I did when I was a kid. When I was 20 years old, I used to run a computer company or a business. And I used to build them. I used to fix them. I used to maintenance them. I used to do all that stuff. I programmed. I was learned 14 different programming languages when I was in my 20s. I don't know any of them now because I haven't used them for 37 years. But so I figured, you know what? I'll redo Windows and everything will be fine. So I redid the Windows, didn't change a thing. So that tells me that somehow she got something in it that damaged on everything, and it just wasn't worth doing again. So it's sitting over there trashed. I won't use it again unless I get extremely. It would have to be extremely desperate, which I'm not gonna be. So, but no, yeah, no. So I had to get rid of. I looked up the things to help speed up the game because this was running extremely slow. When I'm not playing around, missing it and talking. No, we're gonna play the first game with our starters, then we'll change them. Oh my God, we're gonna sell out the first match. But then again, we're playing Newport County, and Newport County is like a way up there. So if we can do all right against them, we'll be all right. So I removed my startup screens. Now I use one thing altogether that is just basically that. So if you come in and that's on, that means I'm taking a break or I'm just about to start. And that was made by ChatGPT by Nico 3 or 4 days ago, which was kind of cool. And he made my LSW little things there also that I have. So that was kind of cool. He did that for me the other day. And then yeah, I don't know. It drives me crazy because being that I'm only 57, if it wasn't for my heart issues, things would be so much different because I'd actually remember things that I don't remember now, and that kind of sucks. But you deal with it. And like I said, I've said to people before, I don't let any of that stuff get me down because I've been through that for like a year and a half because I disappeared from everything because I couldn't stream. And it was so hard not to be able to do what I wanted to do because my arm was always in so much pain. I just couldn't do nothing. So instead of doing and sticking around and being I just went silent with everybody. I mean, I wasn't even hardly in anybody's streams. I barely did anything myself with off the PS4 because the only thing I could do was I do everything. My mouse is in my left hand over here because I still have issues with my right arm. I found out through a myelogram that I have some type of, they didn't tell me all the details yet. I'm still waiting to get a hold of a woman for that. But I have some type of degenerative disease in my shoulder. It's never going to get better. So it's one of those things where, you got to learn to live with this shit sometimes. And I do. And I've come to the reconciliation that this is the way it's going to be. And it's always going to be this way. And that's how I'm going to suffer through this stuff. So, we do what we do. But we're having fun with this. I've got about 10,000 hours in this game, not this version of it, but in this game altogether. I've been playing Football Manager off and on since 1994 or 90. It was either 94, 95, or 96. I can't remember exactly when, but yeah, my computers keep getting. It's like the Phoenix. They keep being rising from the ashes. I still haven't destroyed that computer yet. Me and that computer have a date with the concrete slab out back because it just it just got on my nerves. And I would take the stuff in it and put it in this one for the memory and stuff, but I'm afraid to do that because I'm afraid that's what my mom's got infected somehow. Because it just is trash. It just gets on my nerves. But we're about to play Newport County. And these, like I said before, we don't play friendlies. We zip through them because most games take about anywhere from 20 minutes to a half an hour to play full length, and I do those only for regular season matches and cup matches. I don't do them for friendlies because the friendlies don't really do much more than give your players. The only reason I use friendlies is to get my team in shape for the season. I don't use it for determining I don't change up my tactics very often, so I don't add in a bunch of new stuff that I don't need. So I just go that way and be done with it. Match review. Okay, we're good there. So we're going to play Newport County. They're probably going to kick our asses, but that's okay because we're almost to that stage where we can start making money from our cup games, because this year we play in the Isuzu FA base, which is you're not going to find anybody. Magic, Magic, what's up, Magic Man? How you doing, bud? You don't play these teams. You don't play anything more than like at the most you might play a Vanarama team, maybe. Um, but once you get to next season, once we get through this season, which will probably take us through, we should be through this season hopefully by the end of the week. But then again, this weekend might be a problem because my brother's coming into town, and the house that we started cleaning up, we have to go over and help him clean up. I still owe him about $300 on the loan I had to take out at the beginning of the year to keep my house warm. So there may be some delays and off time this weekend. I don't know yet. But if we get to play this and it works as steady as like we should be through the preseason today. That means that we will be into the regular season starting tomorrow. The only major problem with that is with this schedule. This is the schedule we have. And with this schedule, block it off the way it's supposed to be blocked off instead of like that. Why are you doing this? Why? Come on. I hate when it does that. Alright, you're going to be a pain in my ass, ain't you? Okay, there's what I wanted to see. So, this is the schedule this year. Looks a little different than the last couple of years because we actually have 5 and 6 games a month. The problem with this is each game takes about a half an hour to play through. So, in this you'll see we have the Isuzu FA base match there. We have an NCEL League Cup match there. So those months, there's freaking 7 matches in October this year. That's a lot of matches. But we do play 42 games, or 42 matches, plus those extra matches. So we're going to have a very busy year this year. So that the timing and how we do this is going to have to be figured out as we go along, because I have no problem with streaming forever, but the game just, it gets to be a little bit slow sometimes. So we'll just see how things work out. I'm going to try to do it a month at a time, but I kind of don't think that's going to work out. We'll just see what goes on as we go through. But we're definitely going to try to get through the preseason today, because it should have been through yesterday, or most of it, but I'm not hiring him. I'm still not hiring him. You can keep sending him to me. I'm not going to hire him. We don't have a use for until we get to the Vanarama North-South, Vanarama National North-South. We won't need an under 21 team. We don't have no use for them because they don't enter until then. We don't use them for anything, and they never put them into matches until about then, because they start running them in matches then, because once you get that far up, you're in the lowest level of the actual. That's the lowest amateur or semi-professional league. They start putting them in tournaments once they get up higher. So, actually, I think the next time I start one of these, for the fun of it, I'm going to actually pre-edit. I'm going to figure out which team I want to be, and I'm going to go into the pre-game editor, and I'm actually going to put their team, their under 21 teams, and if they have like anything over under 18, I'm going to put them into a league somewhere. See about doing that, because there's a couple other teams I want to add. So we're doing this as a, if you're familiar with this game, we're doing this as a we're doing this as a sort of a journeyman save without being full journeyman. If you don't know what that means, if you never played this game, journeyman save basically means you start in a league, and the object of the game is to build your reputation. You start out with no badges, no nothing. You're like me. You're minimal knowledge of soccer, football. Actually, I have a little bit more than a minimal knowledge, but that's the object of the thing. You start out with the lowest things you can be. You take a team that you can get hired at, and you start to progress up the ladder. Most people don't stay with their first team. They'll do what they can their first season and try to move up as they go to. You get to a team at the top that you can then win. The object is to then win the Premier League or the Serie A or whatever division, whatever league you're in, and you try to do that so that you win that and the whatever like Champions League they have, because each continent has a different one. You can either win the CONCACAF in the North and South America, or you can win the one in Asia or Africa, or you can win the one in Europe, which is the Champions League, and then they're done. That's not what I'm doing. I like to have a lot of fun with things, and I like to do a lot of build into things. So basically, what I'm doing is I took Shire Academics. They're a team that I randomly picked. I'm going to run them until I either get fired from them, which then I will pick another English team to take to the top, or we get them to the Champions League, and they'll win the Champions League, the Europa League, and the Premier League. Those are the three things I want to do with them. Once that is done, I will put England on read only or view only. Then I will take one of the other 5 that I already have open, and we will go to a town or to a team in those whatever's available there, and we'll go through that. Once that's done, we'll move to the other ones, and once we get to the last one, we'll add more in so that we can add in all the different countries. That's the object of the game. Now, how long this will last, I don't know. That's the object of the game. Right now, I can tell you now that when they come out with the next the next iteration of this game, which should be sometime this fall, hopefully. There's a bunch of debate about what's going to happen with that. Once FM 25, 26, or whatever they're going to call it comes out, I won't be able to play it, because I can tell you right now, I barely can play this game because of the requirements for the thing. So that's another reason why we want to upgrade the computer eventually, is because we want to be able to play the best games. But we're going to stick with this for a long time. I don't have a problem with that. I love playing long-term saves. Now, I have a YouTube channel that is linked, where there's YouTube and I think there's YouTube in my merch store for sure. On my YouTube channel right now, I take these VODs and I put them up as soon as they're done, most of the time. Maybe the next day, but most of the time they're done as soon as I can get to them. But we're also going to do a different kind of save, but I'm going to do it as videos on YouTube. And what we're going to do there is, there are the oldest team in the world that is a continuously playing team is a team in Sheffield called Sheffield FC. They were the earliest team ever made. It was in 1857. There are the top 10 oldest leagues in the world are in the UK. There's Sheffield FC, Sheffield Wednesday, Wrexham. Notts County might be one of them. I can't remember, but there's a bunch of them. There's 2 teams that don't exist anymore. Can't remember what the one is, but the one is called it's Cambridge University AFC. They don't exist anymore, but they're in the game as an extinct team. I can bring them back. So what I'm going to do, you know what? I set that up yesterday. I can't even use it. It doesn't matter. I tested it out. So once I get everything situated around and I'm able to do this in a better pace, I'm going to do a video series on YouTube that's going to be taking all the oldest teams, starting with Sheffield FC, and helping them win the Champions League or whatever league they need to go to. There's a team in Wales and a team in Scotland that are included in that 10. But you have list. If you go to Reddit, if you go to not Reddit, if you go to I can't think what it's called. If you go in and you look it up and you use Google, it'll take you to the right place, and you'll see that there are like every country has them. And if I want to, I can actually go in and do them in the order of the years they came in. So we'll do that for like the top 10 in each country or whatever I can figure out on that. But that's what that's going to be. It's definitely going to be a work to do because I've never edited video before. So I've done YouTube live streams before, but I've never done the editing. So that's going to be very interesting to do. Maybe someday if I make enough money, I'll be able to hire an editor. But that's me. I'll be the editor. I have no problem with that. We're going to do what we got to do. But yeah, we're going to have some fun with that. But I mean, and that's the thing. There's a way that, like, when I'm playing a game, I've had this used on me once. when we're actually in the regular season, we're playing a game for 1,500, and I should up the amount of that, but for 1,500 channel points, I have 3 tactics that are trained. Um, I have the one that I use the most, and I have one that's got 5. It's a 4. It's a 4. 4. It's a 4. 4-1-2-3. That's the normal one I use. Then I have a 5-2-1-2 or something like that. It's let me see my tactics here. I don't even know what, I don't usually call them by that because that's not what I do with them. But come on. So this is my newest one. It's a 4-3-1-2. I actually developed this myself. It's one of the original ones I ever used in FM23 that I lost and I brought back by redoing it. This is one that was made by a gentleman called Stinger. If you're familiar with this game, you like this game, look Stinger up on YouTube. He does a lot of stuff that does with tactics, and he does a lot of it. This is a 4-1-2-2 or a 5-1-2-2, and then there's my one that I've been using the most, which is that 4-1-2-3. This one works good for scoring. It came about because I had an extra striker that I definitely wanted to use, and so I needed a place for him, and there he was. So I went with that instead of trying to figure something else out, and it worked kind of good. This one works good too. He doesn't expire to the end of next season. I don't care about Penner because I don't want him because he costs too much money, and I don't need him. And I'm getting a new. Hey, Kane! Felix is coming. Cool. All right, I'm going to take a quick break and get something to drink, and I will be right back. I waited so long. I hate when the song just pops in my head. And it did. I'm sitting there waiting to fill my bottle to fill up. Where the hell did it go? Just dropped it in there. Put the water in here, and song just popped in my head. 2 Tickets to Paradise. Eddie Money. Don't have no idea. Ain't heard that song in 15 years. Most likely. That happens. Alright, game time. Let's go, boys. Yeah, we'll take him. Okay, so I know why I brought him in, I think. Oh, I do know. I do know. We know exactly why we brought him in. Kane and Felix, you better play like you can, son. I wanted him for there or here. Nope. I might have brought him in for no reason. Oh no, that was here. It's here. It's here. Nope. No, what I did this yesterday and don't even remember what I brought him in for. Yeah, I do. There he is. He can play either side. Shit. Oh, we'll put him in there. No, no, and no. You're staying as a shadow striker because that's what the role calls for. Alright, so we brought him in to put him in there. Before I figured out that guy was actually going to be worth having. I might probably end up having to change that again. I don't know. I thought I was bringing him in for a different position, but I don't remember which one now. Now I'm kind of upset. Evil Uno is online. How you like that? So, we're rolling towards the beginning of the season. Only got like 9 fat games to go through. I think that's all there is. Go through the first. This month shouldn't take long to do. Basically, it's going through and I still need that left. God dang. Okay, Newport County. They are a League 2. So I'm playing a League 2 team in my first freaking friendly. I must have done lost my brain. This will be interesting. You know, the really sad part will be is if we win. Holy cow, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. That would be a hell of a way to start the season off. Get a win against a League 2 team. Yeah, we're definitely ready to move up. Then we play Aldershot Town, which I believe is also up in that area somewhere. Interesting idea. Trust me, the games get easier as we go along. I play a lot of teams in here that are like the higher, like I say, when you're setting up your oh man, we almost beat them. They had a 4-0 halftime lead and we came back and almost beat them. How about Ward Riley got 2, Willoughby got 1, and Marsh got 1. That is a hell of a game. We scored 4 goals out of 9 shot attempts. They scored 5 out of 19. That's pretty bad. Hey, you know what? I count that as a win. Sorry, we almost beat you, and you're a League 2 team. We gave you a hell of a run. Damn. They outclassed us. They beat us 5-4 on. They beat us. Oh, how long did he get her for? Damn it. Well, I guess that worked out, didn't it? How you like that? Oh, usually it's the guy you bring in that gets hurt, not one of the players he can replace. That's funny. So I guess I don't have to worry about that makeup now because the dude is going to get to play for 3 to 4 weeks in that position. And no, son of a beast, come here. I can't reach him that way. Get them down. Hello there, how are you? Got him. Ooh, that was probably pretty ugly. Probably pretty scary too. Yeah. No, I'll take that loss. I will take that. If we can do that and do that against teams of that caliber, we play Aldershot and Bury, then they should be easier games after that. They gradually get easier towards the end. You want to, the only thing that can hurt you, well, the only thing that can do a bad thing for you in friendlies is like this. We lost Bangera for 3 to 4 weeks. And he's my starting left side midfielder. Or right side midfielder. So lose him. Luckily, I picked Felix up, who could play either right or left, so he'll go over to his position, put the guy back, unless he can fit in there too, and put the other person back. That he's one of my guys that I brought in, but I don't remember where I got him from. Um, so two things can happen, or there's a couple of things that can happen. You can lose a player through injury. Um, why you don't want to schedule, like, this isn't that bad for me as a coach. If I would have talked to them in the locker room, I would have told them, hey, you did your job today. Y'all put on a hell of a performance. You came back 4 goals against a league two, 6 levels higher than us, and they only beat us 5-4. I'd have been like, you guys don't get down about this. Y'all put on a hell of a performance. You scored 4 goals in the second half and almost beat them. So don't go getting your head, hanging your heads for that. That was beautiful. That's just like one of my offline leagues that I since have stopped playing because the players in the game went nuts. Um, our first time in the FA Cup, which we will be in next season, if we move up out of this league. Next season will be the FA Cup. And the FA Cup is like the most prestigious domestic cup in England. It takes teams from all over the country to get involved. There are 5 qualifying rounds, and if you're one of the teams like us, we'll be in the qualifying round. If we make it through the qualifying rounds, then we go up against teams in the first round. Every team up until round 2, or after round 2 is when, in round 3 is when the Premier League teams get entered in. And ultimately, if you're a low-level squad, what your object of the game is, you want to win and get to the 3rd round by any means necessary. Then you want to get scheduled to play a Premier League team at their place, because this is what happens. I was playing with my Bishop Thorpe White Rose team. Our first year in the 9th level, I got by on 2 games I won by penalty somehow. Still don't know how it happened. We won by penalty and got to the 3rd round, and we got to play Chelsea at Chelsea. They beat us 7-1. Remember, everybody like, oh, you got your ass kicked. No, I didn't get my ass kicked. I was a Division 9 team getting beat by the top of the line, one of the top teams in the Premier League. We scored on them, and we made $500,000 from the deal, from the event. So we made our entire cost of our first 2 seasons in one match, and it was like, okay, whatever. And the next year we got back to we got beat in the 2nd round by a champion team, but we ended up playing them at home. And the reason you want to play them away is the simple fact is, okay, we're playing in a the most players that, or the most people we can have at our stadium is 150. So that's not doing me a whole hell of a lot of good if I only have 150 people come, because see, I can't do it anyway. It won't let me do this. It's still doing this stupid shit. Pissing me off, man. But you go to a place like Stamford Bridge, 80,000 people are going to be there. So it's like one of those things where if you get higher up, you want to play at home. But I'm not telling you what position I think he should play, because I'm not sure what position he's going to play. Stop asking me that stupid damn question, especially as the first question you asked me. And yes, you can go through those pretty quickly. Press conferences, you won't see, the only time you'll see me doing press conferences are when you get a player that you bring in like that, or for a televised match or a televised cup match. Other than that, I don't do them because they're a waste of time. You'll see it tell me to hold a team meeting. I won't hold a team meetings because there's no reason to, because the team meetings very rarely work for you in your favor. Mine actually didn't. The one time I did it, we ended up losing the match anyway. Oh, cool, he can go in there too. Hey, look, he's even actually better at that position. Cool. There you go. There you go. I'm kind of liking this. This is interesting. Pickering, you're better than that. Why are you in that position? I forgot to change you back, didn't I? Sure did. Look at this shit. We're gonna go cover for him. Makes him better. And Rack, I need to replace you. That's what I'm trying to do, is replace you. although he's been around for a while. That's my only real weakness right now is my left fullback. I've got feelers out for players, but we're a low enough team that it's hard to get players to come play for you, especially good players. This, like I said in the post last night on the thing, we were talking about. Somebody asked me about it, and I said, it's the if you're into football or in your footy, this is the most in any sports game available today on the market. This is the best simulation game you can buy because it's a good game when the real teams, use this game to help them decide things sometimes. There are some clubs, I don't know any particular ones, I can't remember, I saw an article once, that actually use, what they'll do is, this game is so well done, and so well scouted, they will go out and they will see a player that they want, and they will put them on their team in the game, and see how he plays in their system. And that helps them to determine if they want that player. There is a guy he can't remember this one either. It was on a Zealandism. There is a gentleman in France who got a job because of Football Manager, and he's doing such a great job that the team moved him from like the lower ranks to the main team, and they pay like a $20,000 fine every game he coaches because he doesn't have a manager's license to be the coach of that team. So their football association charges them a $20,000 fine for him to be their coach. That's how much this can do. This game is amazing. Another example, about 2 months ago, Sutton United, which is my favorite team in England, they were at the beginning of this, I think, in the second in level League Two. They have never been to the Premier League. They've never been higher than like League One, I don't believe. And they put out on X that they wanted people to use Football Manager and do the content creators and take them up to the top level. And the one guy, the one of my favorites I watch his name is Omega Luke. Him and his dad, Omega Dad, do rebuilds on YouTube, and they do a lot of stuff on there. And they have podcasts they do sometimes. And if you're a member, you can download their tactics. Is where I get a lot of my tactics. I like him because Omega Dad is like 2 years older than me, and he's like me. He played Football Manager a lot when it first came out, then took some time off, and then came back to help his son do rebuilds and stuff. And it's fun to watch. If you're a fan of this game and you want to see some fun stuff and you like YouTube, look up Omega Luke, look up Stinger, look up Clates, look up Tom FM, Work the Space, Dr. Benji, Second Yellow Card, all those guys, Zealand, all those guys are content creators. They do stuff on Twitch, but they also do stuff on YouTube. I follow most of them on YouTube, and I follow a couple of them on Twitch, but I never watch them on Twitch because because most of them, except for Zealand, are from England. And if I did watch them on Twitch, I would be up all hours of the day and I'd never be able to stream myself. So, but they all, if you are thinking about playing this game, the one big rule you need to remember is this: it is a game, a solo game, unless you're playing in an online league, and it's played how you want to play the game. You do not have to. There are no set rules on how you play the game. One of the big things you see if you watch these other guys is when they get a player that gets to their 30s, they sell them. Doesn't matter if they're a great starter or not. They try to bring in somebody new that's younger than them and sell them. I don't do that. Way I look at it is most players in this game, like they are in the NFL or the NBA or the baseball here, they don't hit their stride until their prime until they're in their mid-20s, and that usually lasts us for 5 or 6 years. So if they don't hit their prime until 27, they could be in their prime until 32. If I sell them at 30, I have to redo a player and build them back into the system. So I'm not doing it. I also, when I'm like this season, I'll probably do it a lot more than before. You hire, you have an assistant, you have scouts, you have physios, you have data analysts, you have goalkeeper coaches, you have set piece coaches. You have all these coaches, and the only thing you really use coach wise, I mean, they give you hints and stuff during like the staff meeting and that, but you don't have to follow them. But the only time they really do anything, the only ones that really do anything for you besides your assistant taking all your unwanted to do press conferences is the scouts going out and finding you players. And the physios who do, you don't interact with them, but they tell you, like, they give you reports on players that get hurt and stuff. But a lot of them won't. They'll like go in and make the changes to their team in the event when they're getting I changed that one now. They'll go in and do that right after a game, or they'll do it right before the next game. They hardly ever use the quick pick or not the quick pick, but the suggestions, because before every match, your assistant will give you a suggested team to use for that match. Now, if they give you one and it doesn't change anything, I still hit it because it will rotate. It sometimes will rotate your reserves, the 5 substitutes that you get, which that way you get people to be rotated in on that, and you might get some different players. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But if you've got a serious amount of congestion for your matches and stuff, I have no problem with doing that, because why the hell did I hire them if they're not going to be used for anything? You know what I mean? So, but the nice thing is, monthly, yeah, you better get up higher than that. I just won you a damn thing. You guys are B+. You drop off too much. Now what I need a goalkeeper. One thing I need is a goalkeeper, which we're not getting any goalkeepers. And I need a left-sided, I need a damn scout's what I need. I could use this guy, but I ain't got enough information on him yet. We have no information on him yet. I definitely need me a goalkeeper. Now, when you want to go and do if you want to go and look for certain players and you want to do it, and you need a player, like I need a goalkeeper and a left side fullback. Okay, there's 2 positions I definitely know I need. I can do what these are called recruitment focuses, and basically what this is they have one for England, which will cover the entirety of England. One for level 11, which will scout players in level 11, and then you have age 15 to 25. That will go with whatever your setup is. And our setup is for level 10. So we'll go from level 10 down, and most of the stuff, like this one, will be in level 10. So anybody that's on this list will be from level 10. There's nobody on it because they're not finding anybody. But I need to find me a goalkeeper, so I'm going to get rid of this one. There ain't nothing on it either. And I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go like this. So you come over here, and this is where you have your different tactics, but you want to hit any. And then normally you would hit any position from this tactic, that's for anybody, but it'll just basically mix and match the positions. I want to click on goalkeeper because that's the position I want. I want him to be at least a 2.5 star with a 3-star potential or better. I want him to be between 15 and 27. I want them to be an ongoing. Always got to do ongoing. I want them to either be a loan or a thing. I don't want to see anybody I've already seen because I don't want them again. And then it'll be put to whoever is in the coaching pool that doesn't have the scouting pool, who doesn't have a scouting job. Hit the OK, and that'll be added in there. So that will now start, and hopefully they'll find me a goalkeeper. We need one extremely badly. Now, I was saying before how you can do a player on a team. This is where my player is. He is in the under 18s. I hate how slow this thing runs sometimes when it's doing this, but I can't do nothing about that. Speed's the speed. It is stuck. Okay, so where's he at? So here he is. His name is Gandalf, but that's not his name. That's his nickname. But he's his is all the different things. We didn't change very much on him, but we did change some of it. He's not the greatest at handling, but he's getting there. He will not improve very much in this league, but you can see his potential ability is a 49. He went from a 7 to a 49. He's only a 3 right now because, like I said, until they start playing games that are meaningful, it won't matter. And he will get to start playing in that. I changed him to 6'3". He's 152 pounds. Should have been heavier than that. But he's got low determination, which is not good. He's a young goalkeeper, and hopefully by the time he's already he's a half star to a potential of 4.5 to 3.5 to 4.5. So he's not going to get extremely great, but he could be a pretty decent goalkeeper at this level. But that's what will happen to him. He didn't play any at all last year. He didn't make any appearances for us because he was in the last year's youth intake. You find out about your youth intakes at the beginning or sometime in the middle of December. They'll tell you what you can expect to come in. They'll give you the overall grade of your players in different positions. But that isn't always true, and it isn't always good. I'm hoping that this one's going to be decent because in the third year on my other saves, I usually get a very bad youth intake, which sucks to holy hell because you can't do anything. You can't review them before they come in, and you can't do anything to change them. I mean, you can, but I don't. The only time I edit anything in the game, the only thing I edit are like player names if they're not right, stadium names. In this case, if you want to do the bit thing and you want a player in the game, we can do that, and that's the only other time I would use the editor. I don't edit anything on, like I did edit and put, well, that was outside of that, but the Shire Academics, this little thing here, I went out and put that in because it was kind of like there was nothing but a symbol there and it didn't look right. And you can edit you can edit all kinds of stuff in this game, but I don't ever use it for anything but to edit the stuff that absolutely needs edited. But again, this game is your game. You can play this game any way you want to. If you're playing in the league and you want to, let's say you're playing in the league and you're undefeated, you haven't lost a game all season, and you come down to the last game of the season, you'll play the last place team in the league and you'll get beat. That's how it usually works. But you outscored them, you outshot them, you outdid everything. It's called what's called FM'd. You were FM'd because FM will do that to you. If you saved before that game, you can play that game as many times as you want to until you win it and get your undefeated season. Is that a problem? No. Why would it be? You're playing for yourself. It has nothing to do with anybody else. People bitch about people that save scum. They get upset about it. I've saved scum one time in a league when I first got started, and it was an FM23 because I was in that situation. I had 2 matches to go. I'd been undefeated. I had one tie, and it was a low level save, so it wasn't like it was a big deal. But I had one tie, and everything else was wins. And I think we had 2 games left, and I got just the game wasn't even funny. And I was like, you know what? I have this save. I'm going back to that save. I went back to the save. We ended up winning and going undefeated. We lost. We tied the last 2 games, so we ended up with 3 ties. But I was just like, it didn't matter because I wanted to do it. I didn't care. I think the most of games I've ever won in a row were 60 or unbeaten 63 games. And that was in that save because the first league, it was like League 20. And in League 20, you only have like 16 games. So we went undefeated in our first 16, moved up the next level, went undefeated in the next 16, and then went like 9 games into the season, and then all hell broke loose because they took all my good players, and I had nobody to back them up and no way to bring them in, and I ended up losing like the last 15 games. And that was heartbreak. 69, no, yeah, 39, 69. 69. 63. Somehow it worked out. We had 63 in a row, but when we ended up losing, we ended up getting our asses destroyed. We were not well, and it was not cool because, so this team we lost Ngungbi, who was our starting right winger, our right attacking midfielder. We lost Alan Page, who was our upcoming, very nicely developing left attacking midfielder. We lost, I can't remember his name now, but we lost Ferguson. Was it Ferguson? We lost a defensive midfielder or a center back, and then we lost our goalkeeper. So we lost 4 starters last year, and we still held on. We had enough of a lead that we held on to win, even though we got beat 4-0 in one match, tied the next 2, and then it came out and ended up winning our final match. We ended up, one of the ties got us the title because we'd already qualified to move up, but we ended up, I was so mad. And it was funny because then I put my, once I win the title, like if we start this and we get through January, like the earliest I've ever won a title was February 15th. And that was in a save where we just didn't lose until the last half of the season. Because then I didn't care because I was already won the title. So I started playing my youth players, and they started getting beat. And it's like, okay, y'all are getting beat, but you're getting experience. That's all that matters. So once I get to a position, unless I'm fighting for like, once you get up higher in the league, you can't do that because then you're fighting for, different things. You might have cup games or whatever you have to do. This, what will happen is the last match will be somewhere in the end of April. But if we should advance to the 2 title matches, they usually take place in in May at the end of the season. So we could end up having an extra game or 2 if we end up in the I was gonna say my mouse might be down. I'm glad I got a couple of backup mice around here. See, I got one I can use. It's a USB mouse. The other one is a regular mouse, and I don't have that on this computer with the little spiky things to plug in. So, but yeah, so like with this player, don't you even do it either. I know you're gonna. Yeah, you did, you little bitch. But like, you'll see players when you play them. The only way that you can make that player better is to play them in matches that actually count. He'll be a backup to the other guy through the under 18 games, but they have a lot of games too, so he will get to play. I might actually have to bring the other goalkeeper ahead of him up because I only have a couple goalkeepers and neither one of them are exceptionally awesome. So, we may end up doing some changes like that, but it's one of those things where you deal with it when you deal with it, you do what you got to do, and once he comes up, he will get better over time. Pickering, I don't want him going anywhere because he started out as a youth candidate the first year, and now we have him up to a 4.5 or 3.5 silver in the one position, or a 1.5 to 2 in another position, gold stars, which is a huge improvement because he's playing every day, and he will get better. So you may not have the greatest youth intake, or you may not have the greatest youth facilities. You might not have great training facilities, but if you're playing the players in matches that matter, be it league games, cup games, whatever, they will improve and they will get better. And that's the way you upgrade your players without having to do anything else. Doesn't always work out the way you want it to. You don't always get the opportunity to do that with everybody, but I could bring him up and make him my starting goalkeeper if I wanted to. He'd suck, we'd get beat, but he would get better as the time went on, and hopefully by the end of December or early January, he would be good enough to be able to help us win. So, and yes, I used to be a goalkeeper at school, and played intramurals in college. Our school in Ohio didn't have soccer or football. We didn't have it. Not very many schools in the Ohio Valley where I live had soccer teams back in the day, because it's not that big a deal here, which I don't understand. I will never understand that. See, Syrian Henry is the starter for the under 18 teams, but he's also one of my backups for my starter on the regular team, so I could actually move him up. Hey, we're making money if we get in these sellouts. $150 tickets at $26 a ticket, I think is what our ticket site prices are. But we went from a stadium called the Treetops, which we were renting, and it didn't qualify for League 10 level, so we had to move to a new place. So we moved to the Royal Agricultural College, and we went from 700 available seats to 150, so that kind of hurts us a little bit. But we won't probably get a new stadium until we get to the Vanarama North-South, maybe. we might get one before that. It depends on if there's a takeover, if there's there's different reasons why you can get one. If you get a takeover, uh, like sometimes you'll get a sugar daddy that'll come in and take over the team and give you lots of money. Sometimes you will get this guy will come in and not do. Somebody will come in and they'll not do nothing. So, those are great when they happen. Occasionally, you'll get a player like a Pickering that once I can offer them regular contracts, then I can set a value to them so that I'm not losing them for zero money. And then you can become, you get the more money you make from a player, the better off your finances become. Right now, we're in the black, but that's going to only last for a little while because um, the the every time we do something or every time we pay out something, our budgets and all that it takes away. We lost 10,000 last month, and it shows you that each month. So I gotta check stuff. I'll be right back. Give me just a second. I'm gonna let this keep running, but I'm gonna dim this down so I can not be heard when I yell at these people outside. Hold on. I apologize if I miss any notes or anything because my phone just died and I don't have any way of looking at the offline except for that. Because I can't find, oh, I swear, can't find nothing around this stuff. So I have something that disappears. So we'll just get by how we do. It'll be all right. I promise. Stupid phone. Yeah. Just charge, bastard. I know you're a pain in the ass. Didn't charge last night and I didn't know it. I should have checked it, but I was been working fine. I need to get a new cord. So we are the neighbors. Here's our prediction. This prediction has us sixth. Okay. 7 players in, 3 out. We're not done yet. We have a salary per year of 50,000 points. So that means we have 30,000 we can spend on players right now, and that's before we do regular contracts, because I can make some of them cheaper than what they are right now. Wait, why did I get back to back about Hornby? I don't understand that. That didn't make no sense. Interesting. They're just talking about the same people. Like, what the hell, man? And that's weird. I get it. They're making offers for them, and they're not on my team, and I don't care. That was weird. It's never happened before that I know of, that I can remember seeing it like that. I do individual reports for all them. Trudia. Get a Trudia to Paris Saint Germain, PSG, one of the most hated teams on the game. The money team, the oil team. I will scout this. It will do me no good because these guys are not coming. Well, maybe. Let's see what look at Mozzie Simmons looks like. Nah. Robert Guilfoyle. Don't need a guy up there. I don't need him. Can you give me no goalkeepers? Now see, this is cool because this is the incoming players that are the youth teams, and you can actually attend the game and watch it if you want. And you can then, like you do in real life, you see how the player plays. Albeit it does have some weirdness to it that you have to know, but you can get an idea how a player's going to play. I just don't ever use I know players who'd actually sit here and they do all their game. They play all their games. They run the visual on all their games, including friendlies. And I get why they do it, and I understand what their thinking is. But to me, I know enough about the teams and their star values and their other stuff that I don't need to do that. I know what the players, especially this team. Not much has changed. There's only like I said, 7 players have come in, but only 3 or 4 of them are starting. And I'm pretty sure I know where they're going to fit in. And we'll go from there. And they'll play, and I'll look at I usually look at the screen when I bring up the thing that has the match ratings. If they're doing above a 6.5, I'm happy. If they're doing above a 7, I'm real happy. And if they get higher than that, look out. But I don't worry about the rest of it. And then again, I've been playing Football Manager for so damn long and through so many different versions of it. And I mean, to me, this is the best one there ever was. 2001, 2002, everybody says was the best one, and that basically wasn't because of the game itself. It was because of the players that were available. That's the way I take it. And there's a gentleman who goes by the name of the Mad Scientist, who creates old-time databases. He's got one from 2013, 2007, 2001, 1998. 94, and there are different ones for different versions of the game, but he just got done releasing one from 85, 87, 86, 87, or 85, 86. And there's another gentleman who does, like, those will have those players from those years. He goes in and he puts the players in. He does a lot of teams on, like, the first and second level of England, the first and second level of Italy. Then he'll have France's top level, and Germany's top level, and Spain's top level, and Scotland's top level, and Portugal's top level. But then he disperses the players all over the place. And from 85, 86, or 86, 87, whichever one it is, the best player in that database is Maradona. He's 25 years old. And if you know who Diego Maradona is, he was one of the best players in the world. He was mostly remembered for a handball that he did in a championship game, I think. I can't remember where he did it at, but he caused a handball, or he used a handball to. Oh, wait a minute, what does Mr. Flood look like? Yo, Josh, come on, Mouse. I know your battery's running down, but you got to stop this. You don't ever do this to me. Oh, come on already. Reflexes, his handling is, he's about the same as me. They don't give me a rating, so that means whoever scouted him no longer works for us. Oh, he's a 1-star. He's not going to improve me. I mean, he would be how old is he? 17-year-old. Well, we're definitely going to put him back on the short list for sure. Come on, Mouse. What is up with you today? You never act like this. Put him back on there for another year. See how he looks then. So yeah, and then Mr. Tiny is another creator, and what he does is he goes in and he makes there's a file that I can use pre-starting a game or a save that you can put in. Like, for example, if I want to add, like if I went to the Discord, to the LSW Discord, and I said, hey guys, I want to add you all to my Football Manager game. I want you to tell me, if you don't want to tell me your birthday, you can tell me, you give me your date of birth, the actual day, and I'll set it up so that you come into the league as a 15-year-old. So basically what you would do is you would go back and you would make that person born in 2008. put that in, and then you can pick the position. You know, you make the position. You can tell how good you want them to be, or you can leave it random. And then the game will bring them in to the team whenever they become like I could do half them. I could do like the first half in 2008, the second half in 2009. I could do 4 in 2008, 4 in 2009, 4 in 2010, and then they would come in the game as the game moves along. So what Mr. Tiny does is he goes in and from 85, 86, you'll get the players that are in that league, but the youth intake will be just a made up group of youth tape. But this guy goes back and he puts all the players who are famous and other players that are not maybe famous but important to the league or were well known. He'll put them in on their birthdays from so that they come in the year they're supposed to come in. So David Beckham will come in, R9 will come in, Wayne Rooney will come in, Ronaldo will come in, Cristiano Ronaldo will come in, David Beckham will come in, Messi, all these guys will come in when they're supposed to come in. So you can't reset the time. Like I can't go into this game and reset the time back to 2000 or to 85, 86 and then run it from there. You just know that when you're in 23, 24, you're in 85, 86, and you just know where it goes. So they go in and do that, and it is freaking cool as hell because you can really like. I didn't start watching because I live in the States and we didn't have cable before the late 80s, early 90s. We had 3 channels: ABC, NBC, CBS. If you were lucky, you had a Fox affiliate, which was just getting started, and we did have one here. It was because it was in Pittsburgh, which is like 45 minutes away, and Pittsburgh's a little higher than us, so we got some of that. But we didn't have like you could watch football on TV, you could watch baseball on TV, you could watch NBA on TV, but you couldn't watch and hockey, but you couldn't watch sports. The MLS wasn't a big deal yet, so we had like some leagues, but we didn't really have a lot. But then there was a thing on ABC called ABC's Wild Water Sports, and basically it was a show on Saturday afternoons that would show a very wide range of sports. They would show curling, they would show auto racing, they would show bull riding, they would show darts, they would show javelin, they would show all these different sporting events. And one of the things they started showing was football. So you would occasionally get to see a team like Manchester United or a team from Italy. I first team I got to start watching was when R9 played for Inter, and I fell in love with the game because of watching R9, and that team was a great team. Had he not been what he had done, he'd not had injuries to his knees and not been a partier, he might have been one. He might be the greatest player that ever played the game. But and that's what's cool about this because you can redo people's careers. You can go out and find these players. Like, for example, some of those guys I talked about earlier, they'll go in and they'll take there's a bunch of databases that have old players like Pele and R9 and Rudy Baggio and Crespo and all those guys, and they put them in so that they can come into your game as youngsters. Well, you can bring one of those in and you can start their career over by making them 15 years old and putting them with their original team. And you can see what they would have done just by simulating the game, see how they would have been. And they do that. So, but I didn't start watching soccer till then because it wasn't available. And then we got, I think it was Fox, I can't remember exactly who it was, but somebody got they started showing like games of the week every week on the weekend, and it was usually a Serie A, and I would watch Inter, and this was before the internet was big and there wasn't a whole lot you could do. But I started following Inter, and then I started following Manchester United, and I started watching Man U when they had all they had the Nevilles and Alex Cole and those guys and that group with Beckham. And they started doing when they were winning all those games for Alex Ferguson, or Sir Alex Ferguson, sorry. So I kind of liked Manchester United since then. I don't really follow it as much as I should or I could because I don't do that with anything anymore. The only thing that I follow religiously are the Steelers because I'm diehard. I've been a Steeler fan since 1970. I started falling in love with them when I was 2 because we only had 2 channels. at that time. And guess who played on one of them? Because we would live in the Pittsburgh area, we watched a lot of Pittsburgh games. So we saw a lot of the Steelers, and I kind of liked them from when I was little, and I've never changed my mind and ain't gonna. But it's like with the NFL with Steelers. I only watch Steeler games. I don't watch any other game. If they don't play, once they're out of the playoffs, or if they're not in the playoffs, I don't watch any of it. I don't care because I don't support anybody. And the way the NFL is anymore, it's so bad. I don't care. I used to watch baseball a lot. I'm an Indians and a Pirates fan still. I call them the Indians. I do not want to call them the Guardians because they're not the Guardians. They're the Indians. Screw woke people. I don't care. That was so dumb when they changed the name of that team. But oh my God, we beat Aldershot. Oh wow. Nice, fellas, nice. 5-2. White House, Zane Marsh got a hat trick and Riley got a goal. That's his third goal of the preseason already. What? They're CL1, so they're in the county leagues 1, so they're not as high up as I thought they were, but they're still Cumberland County League Division 1, so they're probably about the same as us. And that's Trench. Oh, that's not even us. Where the hell are we at? I thought that was us. Never mind. No, they're in the Valderrama North South or National South. So we we lost to a League 1 team, but we beat a Valderrama South team. Go us. Telling you, this team is going to be good and we're going to be winning some freaking matches. The only thing I got to worry about is this team falling apart like they do every year. We do pretty well through the most of the season, and then we get to the end of the season and we get like we start playing like crap. The reason you do this, especially the praise, like the most important thing about a team in this game is the fact that the how your team performs and how it goes is based on the chemistry of your team and the that kind of stuff in the locker room. If you go into a bunch of games and you start losing, you will run into your team will become very upset and it can affect you badly. You want to praise the players that do well, and you want to say bad. And when they're below, I usually do it below a 6. You go in there, and I don't do all of them. I only do the ones that are actually here because I don't want to do all of them because it's a pain in the ass to do. Because it takes a long time to do 63 players. Not doing it. And what happens is it will help with the morale and it help with the togetherness of the team. Oh man, you bastard! I'm so pissed. I did not want to lose him. Son of a bitch. What a bastard. Oh my God, I lost another one. And it's because I can't sign freaking contracts. That's terrible. That is so terrible. That was the guy I was counting on. That was my star pupil. Oh, that sucks. Man, this is terrible. I don't understand why I ain't able to sign contracts yet. I should have been able to already. The only thing I can do, see, this is something I personally in my off game would do this. I can go into, if I want to. They already have okay, when you're not able to sign a contract like they won't let me do now. When I do sign them to the bonuses, it does give you a general idea of what their price is going to be. So I could literally just go in to the edit and take everybody on the squad that I want to keep, and I could go in here and let me see. Come on, squad, come up. So if I want to make sure that C and Henry don't go anywhere, I could go in here. I could click on him. I could go to his contract, see what his details are. So he doesn't have one. He's still a youth contract. So he's a bad example. But let's say I go into Martin, okay? So we go into Martin, and we look at his contract, His contract details are he makes $45 an appearance, seventh for any time we shut him out team, and he gets $2 if he's an unused sub. So in 42 games this year, he's going to be worth, let's just do 40. So he'll be worth 1,080. That's all he's going to make is 1,080. So I could literally come up here, and if I wanted to do that, I can come to this, to the editor, and you come down here and it'll say edit, where's it at? You would go into contract details, okay? And now this is a non-contract, but I can go in here and make him anything I want to. I could make him a part-time contract, and then I could give him what I want to give him and make it so that he actually has a contract through next year. I don't want to do that. I could, but I don't want to do that because that's just a pain in the ass. What I don't understand is why the game puts me on that where it will not let me sign those contracts. And that sucks because I lost 5 good players now because of that. And it sucks. I do not like that. Yeah, we lost Pickering. That's not a good sign. Well, Coulthard is going to get the start now. So there you go. I guess something good came out of it, I guess, for him. Yeah. Mr. Coulthard, something came out of it, but that's not good for us because that was not supposed to be that way. Mother. I swear to God, I can't. I've never had that issue. This sucks. This sucks hard. This sucks hard. And it wasn't like he was a great player, but he was my player that I was developing. It's one of them things where you follow the developing player. But, as I've said many times before in these streams, the one thing you cannot do in this lower league management is fall in love with a player. Because when you do, I mean, you keep them too long. You pay them when they're not actually a team that can help you, the player that can help you. He would have probably been good for another. He's only 18 years old, so good Lord, he's still got 7 years till he hits his prime. But I guarantee you the reason he left is because he was offered a contract that I couldn't give him. And you have more control over who gets to make contract, who gets to make, like, when you have a player that you have under contract, when someone applies or tries to give them a contract, you can sometimes deny the deal. They'll say if they want to play somewhere, and if they don't care if they want to talk to them, you just deny the deal. You ain't got to worry about it. You can also then it won't be until next year's contracts get signed, but the players will be given a value. You can do it yourself, but like if you wait, it'll give them based on their reputation and their abilities. So Pickering might have been worth 50K, might have been worth 100K. I don't know. I can go and find out what he's worth now, because once he goes to that team, they give him a contract, he'll have a value. If he doesn't, what really sucks is I lost 2 of my players to teams that were on the same level as us, that were lower position and weren't going to be moving up like we were. If them players stayed with us, they'd be going to the 10th level and staying 11. But, you know, it's the way football works. You know, you can't sit there and go, well, hey, I did what I can do. I'm just upset that I lose players that I shouldn't be losing because the game don't like me. I can't believe that little bastard left me. I hope we play his team. When we do, we're going to tear him apart. We're going to bury him where he lives. Finish him. Santos FC. So I think we got Brazil and Pakistan, MLS or America, England, South Africa, and I don't remember the other one. There's one other one that we have that are the active, well, they're view only now, which helps speed it up a little bit because you don't have to process them as much as you would if you have them active. But it does keep them. The other way you can do it is I was showing yesterday, because after my game froze, I started to set up the one thing that I need to change again because I can't use it now. Well, I can. I just don't use those teams. But there is a way when you're setting up your thing that you can set up the database to include players from each continent. And we went from, like in England, only adding the English league down to League 12. We had like 25,000 people, and we added all the top international players and the top level teams to that database, and it went from 27 to like 121. Now, it won't really affect the gameplay because when you add it that way, it's not the same as adding it in. It just keeps those players active. But it also, the reason you do that is if I only included the English league in this, and I played this league for like 20 years, the players in places like Brazil or South Africa or Iran or anywhere that people might find Wonder Kids in, they'll start to lose the players that are being created because there's no reason for the game to create them. So you can end up in a situation where you have you have no more Wonder Kids coming in. The only team players that are being created are your players on your whatever your level, like down to level 12 in this league. And quite honestly, unless you are a top level team like Chelsea or Man U or Sporting in Portugal, or a team that is well known for having a good youth program, you're not bringing in good players. Now, this last one we got was pretty decent. The first one we got was pretty good. The third one probably will be shit because I haven't been able to get them to upgrade my youth level or my youth facilities, so they'll probably be shit. But it does help a little bit when you get promoted each year. It'll help you bring in better players. I know in my offline when I was playing up till last couple days ago, my first year was okay. My second year was The third year was completely E's. You rate it from A to E. You don't want to see E's on your list, and every single position was an E. And I got nobody better than a 1 and 1.5 star. And they were not yellow half stars to 1.5 stars. They were white 1.5 stars to half yellow, half white 1 star. And I'm like, this is not going to happen. And I wasn't able to keep anybody. The last year I got a decent player or two, but it wasn't like it was fantastic. So you kind of there are players that do this in what they call youth only events, where they will play where they only use their youth intake. They don't hire anybody. They won't buy anybody except for the people that come in their youth intake, and that can really suck because if you start low enough, you ain't getting people, and you can really suffer from that. There are probably a good dozen to 2 dozen ways to play this game, different things that people will do. You have the Pentagon Challenge. You have the you have the Pentagon Challenge, the Octagon Challenge. You have the Journeyman Save. You have rebuilds that you can do. You have youth only you can do. You can play Director of Football. You can play it where you only use players, like you pick a team and only hire players from their region. Or if it's like London, you only hire people who were born in London. I've seen people where they've done names where they only have like their name, or like Tom FM. He did it where he took Ross County, I think, and every player he brought in had to have the name Ross in their name, either first name or part of the last name. I mean, you can. He's done one where he played 100 teams in one season. He'd play a game in the move, and 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 he would just go to whatever team he wanted to go to. So it's kind of weird, but there's so many different things you can do in this game. I honestly don't know why. I've never found anyone that did a Sheffield FC rebuild ever. I've done it once. It wasn't good. I made it through the first season, got promoted to level 9. And the second season, one of the players got pissed off because I changed his playing time, and he happened to be the most influential player in the team. And he kind of convinced the team that I wasn't a good coach, even though we were winning and we'd won the league before. And my team stuff went down, and they fired me. I was not happy, and there wasn't nothing I could do about it. Locatelli might be going to Milan from Juve. I mean, you can make yourself unfireable. There's a lot of different things you can do with the editor that allows you to make the game the way you want to play it. But playing, I mean, it's fun to play as fireable because then you can just do whatever you want to the team and not worry about it. Go ahead and complain. I can't be fired, so fuck off. Or you can play it, where it's fun to also know that you're getting a team that have to you have to perform. If you don't perform for teams and you don't meet their criteria, you're screwed and you will get fired. It's not hard to do. Like, okay, for example, we just got promoted from League 11 to League 10. Um, if for some reason we lose any more players and we can't sign them and we can't bring players in to replace them and we start getting beat, I could be fired real easy if we get relegated again. Even though the club might love me, if you don't meet their criteria, and you get that every year. When you sign a new contract, they'll tell you what they want. And we're not passing all of it because for whatever reason, the defense is not playing well. Even though I guess my defense isn't the greatest defense. I need better players in a couple of positions, mostly because I was building up Pickering because I wanted him to be a superstar as best I could make him, and I wanted to see how far we could go with him. And he wasn't the greatest player in that position, but he played consistently. So I kept him there, and he kept getting better. But you have that sometimes where, they'll ask you for something they want specifically, and is that what I need? That's what I need, isn't it? That's what I need. Hey, Wiley, want to come play for me, bud? Now, normally I wouldn't try to sign this guy, but I'm desperately in need of a left guy because I got to get Gunst has been playing a lot and he hasn't improved. And he's still a one-star silver player, and I can't deal with that. I can't believe I can't do this yet. Oh, I'll sign him. See, down here in the corner, it tells you that when I sign this contract at $70, the thing is going to be worth 2.9. So he's going to make $2,900 a year. It's the lower leagues. It's the lower leagues. But he potentially could go up for that because if we shut out every game, that's $4,200 more. And if he gets put on the team and not substituted, he makes $4 a game. So 4 times 42 is $168. So he could make pretty close to $7,000 for that season. So I didn't really want to sign him because of the simple fact that he's only a 3-star player, which means that if he comes in, he does have potential to get better. But it's not like he's going to get better. I didn't even look at his age, to be honest. I should have. I shortlist everybody that I think would be okay for the team. I don't break it down into different shortlists because there are shortlists. Like Zealand is big on 2 things: having multiple different type of shortlists and loans. Well, the problem with loans in this level is getting a player to come to your team for a loan is extremely hard to do because not a lot of teams out there want to, once we get to level 9, if we win this year and we move up to the next level, once we get to that level, then we can start looking at loans because there's teams that are right below you. Like I can get teams from the lower level right below me, but they're not necessarily going to help my team. So I don't necessarily want to bring them in on loan. The best thing, when you bring a team player in on loan, you want that player, if you're going to have them, because you're going to agree to playing time, you want to have them so that they can actually help your team. What's the point in bringing them in if they ain't helping your team? So, you want to be careful how you do loans. The other thing that's important is that you don't pay. I try to make it so my loans come in or whatever, I don't pay anything. I don't pay for them when they go to them, I'm not paying the wages, they are. And when they come to me, I'm not paying the wages, they are. And you can do that sometimes. Sometimes you can't. When you can't, you just pass on it. And if the player gets upset about not getting loaned out, you just keep them on the loan list and they'll go to somewhere where they'll finally let you do that. A lot of times teams that will bring in like stuff, they'll want to do stuff. Yeah, what's up, Chrissy? How you doing? Sorry, I can't really see what's going on over here because my phones are all dead. My phones are all dead, so I can't really see anything but what's on here. So if I miss you or I don't see a thing, I apologize. Let me do this. If I can spell, we'll be okay. Woohoo! Do it, do it, do it! Do it, do it! Do it, do it! I had to fix my camera again because I moved the damn thing and I shouldn't have. There we go. Yay! Welcome, man. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having fun. Today, it is a Tuesday. We are. This is pre-hump day, Tuesday. ah, shoot. But yeah, so might as well do this now. I haven't done it yet, and I only do this once a day. So um, here it comes. If you are a fan of the channel, make sure that you hit the um, follow button. I do stream every day. I try to stream on a regular basis. Doesn't necessarily always happen because sometimes I don't sleep. Sometimes I sleep too long. But I do try to get on between 9:30 and 10:30. Sometimes I'm visiting other folks in the morning and do that for a little bit. Um, but another sellout. Another sellout. We are rolling with these. That's 3 sellouts in a row. 150 tickets only, but it's money. And if you enjoy yourself and you want to help out the streamers you enjoy, you have a couple ways you can do that. There's actually 3. If you're a Prime subscriber, if you subscribe to Prime, you get a Prime subscription that you can use with Twitch on any streamer. It gives you the same benefits as a regular subscription does, but it's Jeff Bezos' money you're paying. You can do that to anybody once a month. You can do that. That helps out the streamers just as much as a regular subscription does. You can subscribe if you don't like the commercials. Sorry, I play 5 minutes of commercials at least an hour because that's how I make my money. So if you want to subscribe to help your people out, you hit that little subscribe button. They will you will get no commercials. You might sometimes people will have special things that go on. I really don't have any of those yet. I'm working on a few. I still don't know. I forgot to look at that yesterday. I do have I do have a merch store. There's a few items there. There's a mug, white mug with the Elf Sutton thing on it. This little guy is on there. That is my thing. What the hell is that? I don't know what that was. But there's a come on, mouse, you are really getting on my nerves. There is a hat like this that's got the symbol in the center. There's a bucket hat that has the symbol in the center. There's a T-shirt, has it in the middle. There's a sweatshirt or a hoodie, and I think that's it. There's 2 T-shirts, a hoodie, a bucket hat, a regular hat, and a thing. I think there's 6 items on there. Now the one, if you go to the page, and it's linked on my links thing at the bottom underneath my window. If you go there, there is a shirt. The guy is standing backwards, and it says June 2025 on 2025 on it. Above that is a little orange symbol. It's the only size I could find that would actually work on the thing. I tried, wouldn't work, couldn't get there. So it's the multiple sclerosis one, and the reason we have that on there is I do charities. When you come into the stream, you'll see it says we're raising money for. It's for the Multiple Sclerosis Society. I have the Multiple Sclerosis Society this month because my mom suffered from multiple sclerosis. We knew about it since the time I was like 5 years old. So it's been 52 years. She's in the nursing home mainly because of the multiple sclerosis. And I try to do something for that. The T-shirt is for sale. It is whatever the price is. I think it's $25.01. And of that, like whatever profit I would make from that shirt will get put into the donations at the end of the month. So I don't do it on the 1st, I do it on the 3rd because that's when I get my Social Security. So if I make $10 profit from that shirt and I have 100 sales, if people buy 100 shirts or 10 shirts, I'm putting $100 in at the end of the month. Okay, so yes, it is horrible. We found out because when my mom, I was like I said, I was in 1st grade, and my mom, her entire right side of her body went numb. She couldn't feel nothing. Put her in the hospital. They finally diagnosed her with it, and they did all kinds of different tests for her, and she could never get, like, she would be days where she would be blind in one eye, she would be able to move in one eye, but most of the time she was really active. I was, what, 5th grade, or 1st grade, you're probably, what, 6 years old? So I would have been, it had been 74, and they did a test on her, and one of the things that they think causes multiple sclerosis, and if you don't know what it is, it's basically an autoimmune disease that your body attacks the nerves in your body. It attacks specifically the nerve endings in your body, and it can cause all kinds of havoc. Well, for whatever reason, one of the doctors we went to thought it was an allergy thing, and they did an allergy test. And there's different ways they do allergy tests. Sometimes they'll put stuff in your hand to see if you're allergic to it, and they'll have you hold your hand out, and they'll put a finger on it, and you'll ask you to resist. And like sugar, it's almost impossible for anybody to resist. You put sugar in your hand, everybody's saying it's going down. It makes your body weaker. They found out with her that the only thing that really made her do that was wheat. Not gluten, wheat. Because this was back before gluten became a thing. So she stopped eating wheat. She would eat there was special bread she could get that had wheat in it, and it pretty much kept her from having issues. Until about 6 years ago, she started having more issues, and she'd have days where she would almost pass out, and she was on these different pills, and she was mixing her pills up and not taking them right, and she ended up in the hospital about once every 6 months because she wasn't taking her pills right, and it was affecting her body. And eventually it got to the point where they had a home health aide going in because she's been wheelchair bound for at least 5 years. I guess it started when she was at the mall with a friend, and she was using a moving walker with wheels on it. And instead of turning the walker and moving to where she wanted to go, she wanted to reach something across from her, and she reached over for it, fell, and had to have 9 staples put in the back of her head. And that wasn't a good thing. And that was when it pretty much started to be the end of her being able to be out and about. So now she's in the nursing home. She's been in the nursing home for about 3 years. She still has issues. She fell out of her chair the other day or about a month and a half ago, because she was reaching for something on the floor and she got hurt, and then she got into bed and her leg fell out and hit something on her wheelchair that put a gash in her leg. So it's not been fun. I go see her when I can. Because of my issues, I can't go there all the time because it's a nursing home. So being an enclosed environment, they have a lot of things that get passed around there, like the flu and colds, and sometimes they get the COVID stuff. I can't go, and I don't like it. I don't drive, so it's like a half a mile away, but it's downhill going there, but it's all uphill coming back, and that kills me. So, look at what we got, a dumbass. Come into my thing. He's a band invader. Trust me, I know he is. You know how I know? Because they got this stupid crap. Get off of my channel, asshole. I hate these things. Yes, I know. He's going. Bye. See ya. Bye. Ooh, see ya. Don't want to be ya. Not a problem, buddy. That's like the second time he's been here since I started streaming again, that name. I guarantee it. But anyway, so she's in the nursing home. My dad is not doing well because he has what they said he had COVID, but I know better. He didn't have COVID. There's no way he had COVID, because we were, at the time during the pandemic, we were still doing stuff because there were houses we had to work on from my brother. So we still were around, and I'd go see them all the time because I wasn't scared of the shit like everybody else was. And so he got both of the injections. I didn't. I don't take any of them. I have a heart disease. There's very rarely anything that I can take. Anything. I can't take any kind of pills other than my prescriptions. I can't take pain medicine. I'm allowed to take like 1 ibuprofen a day, if that. I really shouldn't take that, but they told me if I'm in that much pain that I can. I can, but I don't. The only thing that ever helped me when I was in pain before this was ibuprofen. So I can't even take the one thing that helps me. But he had the vaccinations, and then he's got scarring all through his lungs. And they say they try to tell him it's like coincides with someone who had COVID, but he was never sick. And I know he wasn't sick because he was going to see my mom all the time, and if he would have had it, she would have got it, because she gets stuff real easy. So I think it was because of the vaccinations. Can't prove that, the doctors will have to do that, but he can't breathe real well. He's doing really bad. We were supposed to go Sunday to my grandson's graduation, but we couldn't go. I don't drive, so he was my ride, and he couldn't go because he woke up feeling really bad and dizzy and couldn't do anything. So we ended up going to that. But I do these charities because that's how I can give back to the people. I give back to helping people because I've got a lot of friends and family who go through a lot of shit. I know I had a cousin. The reason I started streaming was because my cousin. Uh, I started streaming back in. This will be. I'm coming up on starting my 5th year. I started streaming because my 13-year-old second cousin, his life was taken by osteocarcinoma. And if you know anything about that, it's a very bad, very spreadable lung cancer. And he went through so much in the 5 years that he was diagnosed with it. And he fought like the best boxer you can think of. He fought like Mike Tyson against this shit, and it took his life. And I kind of was upset about it, but I was also waiting on my Social Security to come in, and I was like, what can I do? I can't donate money because I don't have it. So what can I do? And then I thought my son was streaming, and I thought, you know what? I can start streaming ESO. Let me do that, and then we'll see what can happen. And we've raised probably close to $1,000 in the time I've been streaming. It ain't great, but it's what it is. And like I tell everybody when you come in, I don't expect donations. I don't expect bits. I don't expect subscriptions, because like I say, I make my money right now off of advertising. I can get 55% of the advertising that is done on my channel comes to me, and that's because I set up for 5 minutes per hour. It doesn't really go up any more than that. There are ways, I didn't know this until the other day, but there are ways you can actually get better percentage as an affiliate or as being above that, because you can get the points through Twitch that wasn't there when I was here before. And I just found out this the other day. Every time you get a subscription, you get a point. If you reach a certain level, you can get it leveled up to 30, 60, 40. Because right now you get like 50-50 is what the payout is. So for every subscription you get like half of it. But you can then, if you do these points and you get enough subscription, you have to do it 3 months in a row. It's not like 1 month and you're there. So if you get 100 subscriptions every month, then you get this for 3 months. Then you get a 60-40 split. So if it's a if it's a $10 sub, you get $6. They get $4. If you go to 200, I think it's 200 a month, you get a 75-25 split. So that's an amazing thing, and I would love to be able to do that, but I don't beg for them. I tell you guys about this one time stream because I'm disabled. I know what it's like not to have the money to do stuff. I wish there's 50 people I would subscribe to today if I could. Every single person that's in LSW I would subscribe to, because everybody in LSW does a hell of a job, and they're fun to watch, and they're doing the same. We're all grinding, but I can't. I don't have, for whatever reason, my Social Security credit card that I get deposited on will not work on Twitch. I've tried. I tried to add money to do bits. Can't do that. For whatever reason, my PayPal won't go on it either. I get my PayPal from them, but I can't use it to put stuff on there. So I'm like, this is screwy. I do have the Prime subscription I give to a couple different people. I try to rotate it because I enjoy all their streams, and I try to give to everybody. I did Revy last month, and I'm probably going to go to Vana next month, and then I might kick in some others as we go. But you got to do what you got to do. And I'm not like everybody else where you see these people go, please subscribe, please subscribe, please subscribe, please subscribe, give me money, give me money. That's not how it works. I do accept donations. There is a exclamation point donations. It'll take you to my link. I don't ask for them. I do accept them because I am trying to improve my stream. You can only do that by, when you only have money that comes in once a month. It is extremely difficult to do anything that you want to do to improve your stream, because you only get once a month. You only got so much money. If you're familiar with Social Security, they don't give us a whole lot of money. All depends on where you live. Amy Games Love, what's up, Amy? How you doing today? Hope you're having a great day. Welcome to the stream. Let me do this right now. No, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one too. There you go. I appreciate you being here. There's your shouty. I appreciate you coming in. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. But like I said, I know what it's like to be poor. I mean, when you only have one income, and you only have a certain amount. They don't give us very much money on the increase each month. I think last year we got 2.3%. Yay. That was amazing amount of money added. I think I added $15 to my monthly amount. So I'm having fun. Cool. I appreciate you coming in. Your time is always appreciated. I love it when anybody comes in, and it's like you don't see me sitting here, I don't bug about people coming in and just hanging out. I don't bug about people not saying anything. You can come in and do what you want to do. If you're having fun watching the stream, have fun watching the stream. I don't ask you to talk. We don't have to do that. Sometimes it's very difficult for me to actually talk to people, especially if I'm playing ESO. Because unlike this setup where I've got the screens up here that show me what's going on, or I have my phones if they're not failing me like they have been here today, it's not even charging. Really? Really, really? You know, I have no problem with that. A lot of times people get, a lot of times people will be upset if you come to their stream and you self-promote, or they'll give you a shout out, which is great. I'd give everybody that comes in a shout out, whether you're in LSW or if you're in another group I'm in, or if you're you're just somebody off the thing. I give anybody that comes in and says hi a shout out. Also, oh my God, we beat Bury too. This team is gonna be so fun this year. Hello, look out, here we go. Where's my boys Bury at? I know I didn't miss them. They were so they're in they're only a few, they're still ahead of us. Northern Premier League Division 1 West. So they're in the same league as us, just in a different one. They're in the West, we're in the East, so that's kind of cool. I'm enjoying the hell out of that. We're on a roll. Claim a priceless. Same level as us, but that was a priceless victory. You get that? That was kind of funny. As I was saying though, I have no problem. Like you see how you do. Everybody knows how to do shout outs. If I miss you and you're here, and I miss doing a shout out for you, have at it. All you have to do is hit that exclamation point SO space the @ and your name, and it'll shout you out. I have no problem with that. If you know somebody who is actively working right now, who is not affiliated yet, is working to be an affiliate, is working to be a partner, and you want to shout them out, shout them out. That's Peaches, by the way. she decided she was going to be seen on TV today, whether she wanted to be or not. I don't have a problem with people self-promoting in my stream, because I look at it this way. This is why I started. I started to do stream because I wanted to be able to help people with donations, help people get where they wanted to get in this game, because we know it's all a game and we know how to play the game. Support's an important thing. I try to support as many people as I can on a daily basis. I have 690 some, 790 some followers on this thing. I pretty much know all but about 30 of them. The 30 of them that I don't know personally or haven't talked to personally are the big name streamers that you follow. I've got a few that I haven't talked to in a long time, but I try to see everybody once in a while. But the problem is everybody likes to stream at the same time. You only got 24 hours in a day, and most of the people that I know are from across the pond in England. I don't get to see them. They're streaming at morning for them, which is middle of the night for me. So, I try to get to as many of those streams as I can. I get to Duchesses when I can. I get to Luces when I can. Magics, Melons, all these people that I go to, I try to get to them when I can. Sometimes I can get to them. Sometimes I can't. It's easier for those of us who are in the States that do the streaming, but I like to go to everybody's. I have a real good friend I haven't talked to in a while. Actually, he's a member of LSW, and I'm not sure what happened to him. I saw him on there. A couple of zombies. I've known them for a long time, and I haven't seen them stream, which is kind of upsetting. I don't know what happened to him, and I haven't had a chance to ask. And I'm not just going to send him a message, even though, I've known him for a while. But I've known Revy for a long time. I've known Dazzy for a long time. I've known some of the folks that are in LSW before we were in LSW, and well, I appreciate that, Amy. I really do. And like I said, I try to help as many people as possible. that's why I started this, and it's the fun thing to do, and that's just who I am. I'm like that in real life. I try to help as many people as possible. Like I have a friend that lives in the room upstairs. We're not dating. We're not boyfriend girlfriend. We're just friends. She's about my middle son's age, and she needed a place to go. She didn't know where to go, and I had a place that was open. So she helps me with she helps with food and stuff, and that's all I ask for. I don't do it because I have to. I do it because it's what I do. And if you know who I am, and you know what I am, and you know what I've just talked about in other places, it's part of me. That's big time part of me because that's what we do. Um, but like I said, I don't ask for any of that stuff. I've never had a hype train. I've never had any of that stuff, and I really don't care. The most people I've ever had in my stream at one time was 3 days before I became affiliate. I don't even know where they came from. I don't know who the dude was, but I met a friend who I haven't talked to. She ended up losing her account, and somebody stole it, and she ended up coming back as another account, and then she quit streaming altogether. But I met her through ESO, and we were hanging out, and we were talking, and I was playing to her what was going on, and we were playing ESO for a couple days in a row, and then one day I'm talking to one of my other friends, and I look up at the screen, and there's 250 people in my stream, and I went, what the hell? I was like, okay, I don't know where they came from, and I thought that was awesome, and then I saw my other friend the next day, and was telling them, and there were 1,500 people in my stream. I was like, this was before I did shoutouts and stuff because it's very difficult to do that kind of stuff on PlayStation without having a extra thing on the side to be able to do it because PlayStation doesn't cooperate with stuff very often and very well. But it helped me get over to affiliate, and I was just like, this is crazy. And I thought, okay, well, what's wrong with this? What was this? Was this a bots? Was this that? So I went and checked and I got a ton of followers out of it. I went from like 250 followers to almost 600. So it wasn't a ton of followers, but I thought first thing came to mind was someone who was botting me. Okay, so I went and checked. I can't remember which one it was back then, but there were no bots. A couple weeks later, checked again, and I had like 10 bots. Went the other day, 2 days ago, I had 32 followers in one stream. There weren't that many people here. Didn't show up on my activity feed. Like, what the hell is this? How'd that happen? And my son's like, well, you better check to see if you were botted because I got botted the other day and I had to get rid of like 20 people. So I went to Command Root. It's a free service. You log in with your Twitch and it will check your system, all your friends, all your followers. It'll check them for bots. There were 12. Got rid of them. So I got like 20 followers the other day. I have no idea why. And I was like, oh, that's crazy. But, I don't do, I do this to have fun. I always see people, I'll see people who get upset because they're struggling to get started or they don't know, how to get started or what they want to do. And I tell them the same thing every time. And it goes to everybody. The first thing you have to do in this game, and it is a game, it's just like everybody plays this game. We're streamers. We play the game to try to get better and try to get as much as we can. The most important thing about this is having fun. If you're not having fun, you're playing a game you don't like, people will see it and they will not come to you. I have fun with every game I play. I'm having fun with this game. I have fun with ESO. I had fun with Civilization when I played it before. I was having fun with Madden before it became a pain in the ass. I won't play shooters. You won't see me playing DBD. You won't see me playing Fortnite. You won't see me playing Call of Duty. You won't see me playing any of those games because I don't enjoy them. I love watching them. I have no problem with watching them. Because you get to see some crazy stuff in that. Just like in this game, when you're actually watching games, there are some weird shit that happens in the match engine. You might once in a while, I've saw one attempted so far in the 3 seasons or 4 seasons or whatever I've played. One attempt at a bicycle kick. One. Didn't make it. He actually bicycle kicked it into a guy's chest, but it was an attempt. We finally had an own goal in one of our games last month that in the last month of the season that cost us a win. We actually had to come back and tie it, but it was an own goal. Hadn't had one of them before. There's a lot of videos. If you go to Zealand, the old Zealand subreddit, they do a memes and they do he'll ask for people to put in and make YouTube videos out of it. And there was a lot of times where you'll see an own goal scored because a guy will pass the ball back to the goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper will either whiff and trying to kick it, or will let it get past him, and then the goalkeeper will take 2 steps and dive down and miss the ball and it'll roll in. Those happen a lot. There's been some amazing shots that have been made. I saw like there's a couple. They do a Puskas award every year where he has people submit their best goals, and then they give away the best goals. And there was one time that the dude hit it from 3 quarters, and they brought their goalkeeper. I think the other team had brought their goalkeeper up. They were trying to come back, and they brought their goalkeeper up for a penalty or for a corner, and it didn't go the way they expected it to. It got bounced in the air, and the dude started taking off, and he got about a quarter of the way from the edge, and the ball just got lofted over his head and in. I'm sitting there going, wow. But not everything you see in these games, you would think that you would see things in these games that you don't, that's not real. But everything that they base these games off, these animations off of, actually happen in real life. They actually do. There's been a couple times where you see a goalkeeper take his mind off the ball, and he'll be looking upfield, and when he goes to kick it, it goes right past him, and he misses it, and he either falls down or loses the thing and can't get back to the ball. That happens. You see people make bicycle kicks every once in a while. That happens. Hitting the ball 50 yards from the 3/4 line to the other side and lofting it over to the. We actually had one a couple days ago where the goalkeeper came off his line on a corner, and it got popped in the air a little bit, and my second guy hit it, but he didn't hit it hard at the goal. He kind of like gave it one of these little pop up in the air, and it popped up, and the goalkeeper, you can see the goalkeeper went like this to try to get it, and it just floated right over his hands. So you can see, there's Peaches. Hi, Miss Peachy. How are you today? So the game does have its issues. It's got the problem like I had yesterday where it decided it was going to stop working for a couple hours until I got it to finally work, and I thought I lost the save. But all in all, FM24 is the best game that they've made for FM. It's the best one. It's got the least number of issues, except for my game that's got 50 million over. And I did check those 3 files I thought were bad. I did play a game for the Sheffield FC. I did a setup and started to do it online yesterday on stream, and it didn't let me finish. And as soon as I turned off the stream, it did it. So I did that yesterday, and I tested it with those 3 off. There were only 3 offsides. The first one was legit. The second one, the first and third one were legit. The second one I didn't really get to see because it wasn't quite on camera. But going from having 3 offsides, or going down to 3 offsides from the normal number of offsides that we get in these games, and about 90% of them are not really offsides. They're either should have been called offsides or they weren't. And it doesn't just work for my team; it goes for both teams. So you have that. But it is, I think I got it solved, and I hope it won't be a big deal in the other game. Well, we'll see. That's coming up soon, as soon as I can get to it. Oh, lordy, 40 lordy. I am going to take a break for a minute. I will be right back. Watch me. Look at me. You can look at me for a while. There you go. Woohoo! Oh, come on. Hit the button. Ooh, he's so goofy looking. Oh, hell no. I need to add something to that. I really do. Alright, let's see. I don't need you. I'll keep you on the short list, though. Who do I need? Who do you love? Who do you love? They play a 4-2-2. This is not a good thing for you to be playing. Boston Academic or Boston United. I gotta stop drinking so much, but I can't because I'm thirsty. All right, so we are rolling through this. Jesus, that's that bad. Peachy, come here, baby. Up. She's killing me. She looked like she was going to jump up on her chair. And she froze when I said her name, but she didn't look at me. And here she's chasing a fly. So she turns around and starts sprinting towards the couch with her hands going like this, trying to swat that fly. That was funny as hell. Oh, I love my cats. They're so silly. Peachy, come here, baby. Peachy, come here. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Don't just stare at me. No, you silly cat. She really wants to kill that fly. That's the one thing that's awesome about my cats. They're all such good hunters. I've lived in this house for a little over 5 years, and we have a pretty big backyard. It's like two blocks two lots put together, but it's all one property. And you probably have about 40 yards from the back of the house down a hill to the garage. And in front of the garage, the people who lived here before us, they'd cut down and put wood in there, and they have all this bad chunks of wood and stuff. So there's a place where you can't really cut it. Thank you. I'm glad to be back. So we can't really cut it, so it does get a little high grass in the winter in the summertime. And my dad's always like, "You need to clean that out and get that." I said, "I'm not cleaning that out because they had that way. It's been that way for 15 years. And it's going to stay there." But I would always expect us to get like rats, or not rats, but mice. And I found one time I came in and got up and started, because I don't have carpet in my living room. I got hardwood floors, and I got a carpet in that room. That room used to have carpet in it till the plumbing busted. And what the hell was that? Anyway, so I woke up one day and walked over there, and where the carpeting comes through the doorway, there was a tiny, probably about that big, little tiny field mouse laying there. I don't know who got it, but one of them did. That's the only time I've seen a mouse in this house. And we got a big basement. They don't even come down there because the cats. I mean, I got 7 cats plus the little one that lives upstairs with the girl, and ain't no mice coming in here. No. Like my dad, he lives up the street. Their whole backyard they've got a normal sized lot down a hill, but into a woods. And so my son went up there one day to help him do some work, and there was a black snake. Uh-oh. I'm gonna say, you gotta stop that. We gotta replace you. I gotta get the. I bet you ain't got none in here, do I? Probably not. Ooh, one. Is there another one? Oh, there is another one. Maybe these will work. Maybe. Where'd you go? I just had you. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Because it's going to drive me nuts if I don't. It's driving me nuts already, to be honest. Yeah. I got you. Don't you worry about that there, sonny boy. Perfect. Hopefully that was the solution to the problem. Oh, yeah, it's nice to have good batteries. I thought I was out. Trash. Trash the batteries, trash the batteries, trash the batteries, trash the batteries, trash the batteries. Come on, man, just sit where I want you to sit. Why you gotta be a pain in my butt? There you go, that's better. A life and adventures of... I would do like I thought about doing a cooking series because I love to cook. That's one of my favorite things to do in the world. But my kitchen is so freaking small. let's just put it this way: if you took a couch and you put it a full-size couch against one wall, you probably could fit a second one against the wall on the other side. You could probably it's probably two like couches together, but that doesn't take into account the counter space for the one side of the house. So I have probably the like the seated portion of a couch on either side that has counter space or thing. So my kitchen is extremely small. So I don't have the kitchen to do that. One of these days I will though. My parents when my parents pass away, I'm probably going to end up getting a house which has a bigger kitchen. It would be nice to have, but I tried to talk my dad into letting us live there with him to help out and keep the. We could have had mom still living there and all that, but he just wouldn't do it. He said, "I don't want you guys there, and I'm not bringing those cats here." I'm like, "But you want a cat?" He says, "I know, but I want one cat." I'm like, "They wouldn't even be down here to bother you. You'd never see them." I don't care. I'm like, okay, then you're gonna suffer what you suffer. Your mom's gonna go to the nursing home, and you're gonna live here by yourself, and you're gonna wallow in your pain of not doing what you needed to do, so she wouldn't be in the nursing home. And yes, I do blame it on my dad because he was the one that was responsible for her taking her pills, and he was the one that he would do the same thing. He'd give them to her in the morning, and what she was doing was she was confused. She was switching her pills around and taking her morning pills that she was supposed to take early after she took her midday pills. And the problem was she wasn't taking them far enough apart. So there were a couple pills in there, like I take about 5 of the same ones she did. And she has like carvedilol and lisinopril, which are heart pills. One's a beta blocker and one's an alpha blocker. And the problem with that is you should not take them together. You should not take them within an hour of each other because they can affect your heart. And she was taking them 15 minutes apart instead of 4 hours apart like she was supposed to. And she did that enough that because I know when I did the first time I ever did it, I didn't know any better. I just got out of the hospital after finding out I had heart problems, and I was prescribed those, and I was taking those, and I took because you take lisinopril once a day and take carvedilol twice. So I figured I'll take the first one together, take the last one at the end of the day. And at the time I was living in a men's shelter, so I was homeless at the time, so really didn't want my pills around, so I tried to do it as easy as possible. So I sat on the cot and took my first one, and about 5 minutes after I took them, I was laying down reading. About half an hour later, I went to get up, and it felt like I was falling through the cot and into the floor. And I was like, what the hell was that? So I called I didn't have a cardiologist because I didn't have insurance at the time, and I just get out of the hospital. So I went and I called they had a cardiac nurse that would see me and do my doctor's appointments, just like you have your CAs now or your nursing assistants or whatever. And I called her up and I said, "This is weird." And she said, "Did you take the pills together?" I said, "Yes." She said, "Never do that again." She said, "Because you can't take them at the same time because they will screw your heart up and it will make you feel like you're going to pass out." And I'm like, "Oh, I got that now." So, and I like that nurse because she was awesome. I got a lot of stuff from her but yeah, I got to call them this afternoon too. So we are motoring through the preseason, trying to get to the end of this month because the end of this month is where the new season will start. Now, see, this is what I'm talking about. A lot of people won't use this screen; they'll ignore it, and they'll not use it because basically we're in the preseason, and until I get to the last 3 games of the preseason, I'm not changing. I'm not going to keep my regular starters on full time in this. They'll get played in when they switch it around, but I try to get everybody some playing time in the preseason or any friendlies. So up until the last 3 games, which will be where's that? There it is, scheduling. So we have. Oh, you're such a pain in the ass. Stop it. So we got 3 more, and then we'll do our last 3. So once I get to the last 3, I will start my starters and give them 3 straight matches a week, or like 4 days apart each, or 3 days apart each. Get them ready for the regular season. But for the next 3, I'm going to switch them back and forth and use whoever they put on there for the thing. I hire these guys to do a job. Why would I not use If you have an assistant coach that you don't take their advice of, what's the point in having an assistant coach? Another one for the Boston United one. Yeah, this stadium's been around since 2006. I need to get that. I need to do that. You know what? Let's find out. I know they ain't gonna do it. But we'll be using this for. Now stop that. You don't do that, you little goofer. What's the matter with you? This is something kind of cool that this skin does that I didn't know it did. I found it out the other day, but this is kind of cool. It actually gives you like the review that you get at the end of the year. I never seen this before. This is kind of cool there. Gives you, this is telling you what their current season is, our 3-year plan, our 5-year plan, next season, and year 4. So this is the plans that you can come up with, and then you can look at different stuff on here too. You can look at the like your performance. It gives you that, which is match preparedness and all that stuff like that. I never saw that before. I want to talk to the board because I want to, since we have a little bit of money, I know they won't do it, but I'm going to see if they will. Let's see. Round. I don't know if it'll let me. No, I didn't want to do that. I'll ask them, but they're not going to do it. I'll ask them for a new ground. I would rather have a ground where we actually play in that is ours and not have to rent from somebody else, because that costs me money too. Man, you coming after Agabozo too? What the hell, man? Y'all getting on my nerves. I never make promises. I never make promises because the minute you make promises, you don't keep them, they get pissy. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, he's not gonna do it. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Might as well walk away. It ain't gonna make any difference. He's probably gonna leave. Which, if Josh leaves, he leaves. Agbozo. Love his name. There's some weird ass names in this game too. There was actually a Shaquille O'Neal, hyphenated first name with a last name. Can't remember what it was now, but there was a Shaquille O'Neal something. I was sitting there going, "Are you freaking kidding me?" They put players, they put like the people who work for SI get put in the game. Of course, you do that to kind of a cool way of celebrating them. But you find some weird people in here. There's been names where there's been like a Mikhail Gorbachev. There's actually, I think it's Mussolini's great grandson, or one of his relatives actually plays in the Italian league. You find some weird ass names in here. I'm waiting to find some Shire names so I can actually bring them to my team. Politano moves to Crystal Pa. Crepa. Ooh, damn. Mendez might be going to Dortmund for 54 million. I can't wait till I can get money like that. That's not gonna happen for a while. Sporting Club Internacional. I was doing it for a minute. You are just barely going to get that, son. Come on, man. Y'all got to get better at this. It's only 640. We've been as high as 785. I've never had an English team with a rating and training of over 8. 785 is the highest I got last year with this team. Who we play after that? We play Abergavenny. Abergavenny. Got Boston United, Abergavenny. We are rolling right along. You're wasting my time, phone. I don't know why I even get you plugged in over here. You're just wasting my time. I'm just going to go around the side here for a minute, see if I can get my other phone to work. It's dead still. Hey, it's completely charged. Look at that. don't take long to charge. I started charging this before I started the stream, so yeah, they'll get over it. Alright, let's see. I keep forgetting what I'm actually trying to do here. Alright, rolling right along. Rolling right along, and we're singing a song, and we're having us a good time today. Don't mind me, I'm a little insane. I don't have a problem with that. Alright, we're back. Yay! Alright, so we're just rolling along. I should be able to get through. I think we'll be able to get through this month, and get to the preseason or regular season by the time this is over with. Hell, we might even be able to get through. We've only been at this for about 3 hours. I cannot believe it's been that long already. Wow. Time sure does fly when you're streaming. I think in October, it's either September or October. I can't remember when I first started streaming. I think it was October. It might have been October 12th. I think it was October 12th. I'm probably going to do something that day. And then my first year, my start of my fifth year anniversary, the start of my 5th year will come up on the 24th of January. So we'll be doing something for that. 5 years is a good, I mean, it's been a year and a half off and on that I streamed a little bit, but not much of any streaming in that time. But I'm still counting it. I was deactivated. We had an injury. We were on the disabled list from an injury. So, we were still getting paid. We just didn't get paid. What sucks is I was so close to getting payout that I would have done it then. If I'd have known it was then, I would have did it just to get the damn payout. Oh, cute. Here comes the yawn machine. Yawn machine. Blah. I hate not being able to breathe and get good air. We got one 18-year-old. I don't like that being that color. It needs to change that color. Too much gray. It should be white with black. Alright, we about to move on to the next one. Kilkenny. And don't play for us. Neither does he. Neither does he. Hey, he got a new contract. Look at you, big boy. We're told. I don't know how you do the S like that. Tesorowski. My player, I'll name him how I want. I should change his name. I don't know what the E like that means. I don't know. I wish I did, but I don't. Yeah, he's not ready for a fitness test. He still has some time to go before he'll be ready to play. Hello? There you go. Look at you moving along like the little fool that you are. Yeah, you're going to do that shit to me again, ain't you? You sure did. Well, hopefully we don't get our ass kicked. Be nice to win this one too. Barry Fuller is the coach's name. Never played each other before. Yeah, I didn't think about making my thing round like everybody else's is. I just was glad to get it to work. I swear to God. That happens every once in a while. Do do do. That song running in my head again. Wish they go away. I hate when I get songs running in my head. She ain't that prominent. I've never seen her before. Man, they already advertising for damn uh, crabs. What's up, crabs? Oh, Cracky. I thought that was you. You got me confused now. God, you're still here. Thank you for the little emotes. Come on, baby. Get us the win. Get us the win. Get us the win. Review. Come on. What are you waiting on? Let's go. Move, 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 move. Oh, you little bastard. Oh, 2-2 tie. We'll take the tie. Especially when you play teams that are not necessarily in the same league as you, but might be in the same league as you. Looking for my team and I don't see them anywhere. I'm not going down for that like that. Screw that. I'm good. I have been enjoying my day. Oi, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm losing my mind. Boston United. What group were you in, man? I want to know where you were playing from. They're in the National League North. So we tied. So we beat a level 1 team. And we beat a Vanarama South team, but we tied the Vanarama North team. Okay. Hey, it works for me. I don't care. I just like beating up on people. I like to get the wins, man. I like to get the wins. Phasmophobia. They come up with some weird ass names for games, man. I think I've seen that played once. One of my friends that I don't think streams anymore, I haven't heard from in a while. I think she was playing it. Yeah, it's like I told Silver, that would be an amazing thing to see. Would be a game like the game he was playing the other night, which is Zombie Army, and turn it into a Dead by Daylight type game. That would be so cool. I thought that would be amazing to watch. So yeah, you could be either side. You could be a leader. You could be a zombie, or you could be the good guys, or the killers of the zombies. That would be fun. Ooh, come on, Arm. You can stop right now. And you did have to revive the game too. That's the good thing. So whoever taught is went to Milan. Don't have a clue. Have fun in Milan there, buddy. Drink Italian wine, eat Italian food, date Italian women, play Italian soccer. Don't make no money. Damn fingernail. Yeah, they rude those missed chances, baby. Hey. Ooh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool too. I'll be able to go to it the next day, or 2 days after that. June 30th, we get our Dunkin' Donuts right down the street. It's a little bit past the dollar store, which ain't that bad a walk. And I'll be going down there at least once a month. That's like the new pizza place in town. the new pizza place in the area. I've ordered from them. I order from them once a month because that's all I can. But they have the best pizza in the valley. It's Ohio Valley Pizza, which if you don't know what that is, it's basically it's a, it's kind of like a Sicilian. They make it in trays, full trays, uh, full sheet trays. Spread the dough out. Put the dough in the oven for a few minutes. Bring it out. Spread the sauce on it. Put it in the oven for a few minutes. Bring it back out. Check it. Put a little bit of cheese on it. Put it back in the oven. And then when it's done, they take it out. They cut it into squares about like that big. Probably, about like that. About inch and a half long. So you get like 16 pieces in a tray. And you put the cheese and the toppings on cold. Put the box lid on. Put rubber band on it. It's a white box with rubber band. And they give you a pizza. And if you eat it there, it's not gonna have the same effect as if you take it home, because the longer you leave it sit there, the more the cheese melts from the inside out, and oh my god, it is so good. But I like theirs because most places around here make their Sicilian crust way too thin, and it's too crispy. And I don't like crispy. I hate crispy pizza. But theirs is just about like mine. I make it home. I make the same type of pizza, but I actually cook my stuff because it's just easier to do it that way. But they have some of the best damn subs I've had in forever. They're so good. Yeah. I'll keep coming from my people. Just take them all away. Just take them all. Just take them all. Leave me with brand new players that have to work into this and do better with. It's okay. You can have them all. But they make a Italian that, we most of the Italian subs are really long on a thin, like a baguette almost, and they make them, and they have ham and pepperoni and sandwich pepperoni, ham, and salami. That's most of the time you get for an Italian sub. These people put capicola and ham and pepperoni and salami, and they actually put bologna on it, which I think is stupid, but I don't care. It is so good. Lettuce, tomato, onions, and it's that thick. It's like an inch thick, and they probably weigh about 3 pounds for each one, and they're freaking amazing. I am a big time. I would rather have a sub than anything else. And I go, like, every once in a while, I'll go to a store and I'll order a meat tray, and I'll order it to feed like 18 people, and I'll get pepperoni, sandwich pepperoni, ham, and salami on it, and then like provolone and mozzarella cheese, and it costs me like $50, but I can buy some sub buns and make buns make subs for about 2 weeks. I do that all the time, or used to do it all the time. I don't do so much now. I wish I did. Where are my goalkeepers? Yeah, we'll shortlist your ass. Where are my goalkeepers? God dang it, where are my goalkeepers? Yeah, we'll shortlist you too. You're only 21. And we'll shortlist you too. 27, but I should have waited on that one. But yeah, we'll shortlist you too, Mr. Cook. C. Cook. Come on, man. Where's my goalkeepers? I need a goalkeeper. Damn you. Ah, looky there. Hello. We'll sign him. He's 21. We'll look to sign his ass. He probably won't want to play for us. He probably want too much money. He doesn't. That's awesome. Still like to find a better goalkeeper than that, but I ain't finding one. But if he comes in, he will be my starting goalkeeper. Oh, he's 21. Yeah, I'm getting these young kids. Youngsters. So, yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to... I'm kind of surprised. I truly am kind of surprised that, when they announced the new stuff that was coming for FM25 that they ended up canceling, one of the big things was they announced that they were going to have women's soccer, women's football. And I think that's awesome. I just hope they don't put all the hair pulling and crazy shit that women do on the field. Because I'm sorry, men can get crazy, women get nasty. I'm watching some highlight reels and stuff, and they do not play around. Uh, and it's funny to me because you know, people will say, "Well, the women's game ain't fun to watch because they're not as good as the thing." I hate to tell you, there are some women out there that are as good as some of the men and would make the men on some of these teams look like crap. But I think it's going to be a good thing to do because it will add a new because like a lot of the teams that have women's teams are actually men's. They have men's teams too. So you've got like Man U's got a team and Chelsea's got a team and Newcastle and Tottenham and all those places have teams. So I'm really kind of surprised that nobody has done a mod to actually add women's soccer in now. You only have to change a few things. It ain't like they don't change the size of the field. They don't change anything else. There's just you have to change the you have to add something to the mod to make it so that men can't play on the women's team and women can't play on the men's team. But I don't think that would be that difficult to do. Very simple. If you have sex, you have that a sex thing, female, male. That's it. So it's one of those things where I would love to see that. I hope they add it. I'm really surprised someone hasn't made a mod with women's soccer already. Uh, they've done so many different mods and they've done so many things with the. It was funny because people who do this all the time that I watch the streamers on YouTube and that they're all panicking because SI hasn't said anything and about the new game coming. And this is about the time last year when they were hyping up, or 2 years ago when they were hyping up 24. And they're getting upset because nobody's saying anything. And they're when's it coming out? They're releasing Sega's releasing uh, a pay to win version of a game, but it's not going to be the same. It's going to have two ways you can play. You don't have to pay. It's one of those things based on. It says it's powered by Football Manager. So it's not like they're giving up on Football Manager. They just might be they may have bitten off more than they can chew when going to the Unity engine and trying to change so much to it. That was probably the main reason why they did not put out a 25. And they're all like, well, they got to do something because we're gonna lose. You're gonna lose people who play the game. But the funny part about that was when they delayed it last year in November. They delayed the release. Um, they had talked about how people will say, well, they're afraid they're going to lose people. Well, up until October of last year, yeah, September, October of last year, there were like 7 million players that played the game. In November of 2024, they added 7 million players to the game. There were 7 million people who bought this game and were playing it. There were 15 million, almost 15 million altogether. And I was just like, I don't think, I don't think they're going to lose that many people in, just because they're a little behind. And a lot of people were getting upset because they make their money from this. And of course, that when you're making money from it, it is a problem. But, they're like I said, there are so many different ways to play this game. If this is the only game I did and this was the only save I did, I could play this save for the rest of my life and not have to change it because you can go 1,000 years into the future in this game. Um, so it isn't like there's not other things you can do. And each time you start a save in this game, it's a different world. You've got 3 different ways to start it. You can start it traditional way, and the transactions in the first window will be done as you go. You can start it where all the transactions don't happen, and you can start it where they happen and you can't make any transactions or you can't change them. So there's different ways you can start it. There's so many different mods you can download to play this game. I have 3,000 teams or 300 teams, countries that can be played, or I can set up to play in this game if I want to. So unless I've run a league, one of the teams in each league through its thing, I have not completed this game. And I would say I'm a completionist, but that's not necessarily true because if you see me playing on ESO, and you ask me to show you the achievements, I'm not even close to being done. And I've got players that have completed everything on the board except for the achievements. So, it's one of those things where there's just so much that's available in this game. And if they never come out with another one, this game is the end one. So be it. There's nothing better out there. Um, there's some imitators. EAFC is terrible. Uh, you're either extremely good on the sticks and can play the game at a high level, or you have to play at the lowest level to even have a chance to win. And then you win so bad, it's just like, what's the point? They do have a coach. Yes, they do have a manager's mode, but it's not great from what I hear. But then again, it's an EA game, so that's what happens there. But I enjoy this game. I will play this game. I mean, I still got 23 I could download too and start over again, because FM23, like one of the teams that I played in FM23 is called Cheddar. They were in like the 20th level in 23. Well, it probably wasn't the right level to be in, because in 24, Cheddar's like in the 10th level, and you don't jump 10 levels. At least I don't think you do. I don't know that you can. So, it's one of those things where you're going to, there's just so many different things, and like you can do, like, FM23 wasn't bad. It had its issues like everything else. Every time a game comes out, they have issues, because they try to build on what people don't understand is when a game is made, for example, like Call of Duty, when they do the next version of Call of Duty, they do not start all the way over again. They can't. Well, it depends on how long they take. But if they are putting out a new game, like if they're putting out a new game every year, like Madden or NHL or those games or this game, they don't start completely over again every year. They take the best working copy they have of the game, and then they add things to it. So, for example, they would take the last release game in December of 2024, and they would base their next game, if they weren't changing the engine, on that game. And then they would make additions to it, take things away, and then sometimes by making those changes and additions and subtractions, you create the same errors that you had before. Now, if they don't do that and you get the same errors over and over again at the beginning of the year, where, like last year, the big deal for this was goalkeepers were getting hurt almost all the time in the first game. So if you didn't carry two goalkeepers, you screwed yourself. And a lot of people didn't carry two goalkeepers because in past FMs you didn't need to. In this FM, I don't need to keep a second one under, because they don't get us hurt very much anymore. They do get hurt, but they don't get hurt as often as they did. So you have the set pieces that were added to this. Yes, there's an OP set piece that you can run that was like unstoppable when it first came out, but they did deaden it down, and it's a lot. There's a certain ones you can run that are really good, but they're not perfect. So you'll have that in a game. Now, the reason why I can't stand Madden and I'm never going to play EA again is because Madden didn't do that. Their thing was, we'll put out a new product, but we're going to keep the original product that we did in 2019, and we're going to build new stuff into that, and we're going to keep the same problem. So every year when you got new Madden shit, it was the exact same game, almost to a T. They may have said they added new stuff to it, but none of it was ever anything good. The best thing they added to Madden was when they added draft classes that you could edit, because before that you used the draft class that came in from NCAA football, but they didn't make that after Madden 25, Madden 15, and they stopped making the NCAA. I don't know if they'll allow you to do that now or not. I don't play NCAA. I don't plan on playing NCAA. I've had people say, "Well, it's a good game until but it's only been out for like 2 years." Give them time. They will start doing exactly what they did with Madden, because the only thing that EA cares about is making money from the kids that play the game, and that's what they do. I compared it to one time to a person who buys a new car. I know people that buy new cars or get new cars every year. They will lease them and then return the lease car and get a new one, or they will buy them and just because they have the money to do so. But when you do that and you have to buy something new every year, and it doesn't really do anything new for you, it becomes a pain in the ass. And they didn't care about the players that played the game casually or who were into the franchise mode. They only cared about players who played the ultimate team. Yes, you can create a team. Well, you create a team, but what you do is you get you like okay. For example, if you want to make a team in the Premier League, you can do that, but you have to replace one of the teams in the Premier League. You can't just add a new team in. You can, but you can't do it in the. You have to do it in the pregame editor. You can create a brand new team and put them in the league, brand new from there. But you'd have to do that in the pregame editor. In the game, there is a game mode that lets you do create a team. But what you're basically doing is you're not really creating a new team. You're just renaming the team you're replacing. So if you replace Tottenham, you would get Tottenham's. I think you get Tottenham's staff, and you might get their players, but you definitely do get their like financials and stuff like that. So it is creating a team, but it's not really creating a team. So I mean, like I said, if you know how to run the editor, you can do about anything you want to in this game. There are teams that don't exist anymore that were in there that you can bring back by simply taking them and making them active and putting them in a league to replace a team. You'd have to make the team, the league that's in the team you're replacing would have to come out, or you'd have to add a couple to a league to make it bigger and then expand that league a little bit. But that stuff all can be done. Yeah, you could, like, okay, for example, with this division we're in right now, you could take, if you wanted to make up a team, and you say you wanted to make up YS Quack, the team. You wanted to make a team, you want to name whatever you want, don't matter. Um, you would have to replace one of these teams. So let's say you wanted to replace my team. You could do that. You could come in here and you could make your team. You could put YS Quack as a team. You would go into it. You would choose the team you want, and you would be stuck with my everything that has to do with our financials, our team, like the stadium, all that stuff would be whatever you have in here. I don't know if I've never done it, so I don't know for sure if you get the players or not. But you definitely have the financials, the stadium. You might even get to keep the coaches and stuff. But you simply go in and change it. You change it. It gives you all that stuff in the beginning when you're setting it up, and then you go from there. You can name them. You can give them a name. You can do all that stuff. You can add in customized badge if you want. You can edit the. You can edit the. Um, yeah, you can edit the kits and stuff. You can do all that stuff. You can change the size of the field in the beginning because they get asked you that every year. Um, so yeah, I mean, it can be done, uh, but it's not like creating a brand new team. You're just renaming a team and then going from there. So if they don't keep the players, then you are building a new team basically because you got to bring everybody else in. But you can do that too. In the pregame editor, it's a simple fact of creating a new team, putting everything in, all the information in about it, and then adding it to a level, and then making sure that that level passes. The pregame editor, I believe you do get it with that. I'm not sure though, because it's Xbox. So I don't know if the pregame editor works on Xbox. If you have pregame editor on, if you use Game Pass on the PC, it might be there, but I'm not sure about that because I don't keep up with the Xbox, so I don't know if it's available or not. But it definitely is available on uh, PC. So but I don't know. I just drew against your hometown team, huh? You know what the sad part is? You do realize that they're a what level were they playing at? I forget what they were in. They're in the Vandermeer South. Yeah, they were in the Vandermeer. No, they're in the North. On this, this is like 2024 going or 2025 going. This is this year. So according to what they played up to this, they're in that level. We're 6 levels below them and tied them. So don't worry though. We beat. If you go back and look at the thing, we beat a level 1 team 5-2. Or I'm sorry, we beat they beat the Newport County beat us, and they beat us 5-4. Then we beat Aldershot Town, which is a Where are they? They're in the South, North League, National League South, and then we played Bury and beat them, which is a they're in the same range, they're same level as us, but they're in the other side. And then we tied Boston United, which is a Vanarama North team. So we did beat a team up that we got beat by the level one team or League One team in Newport County, but they only beat us 5-4. I am not unhappy with that. Yeah, I kind of figured it wouldn't be because it is a big program, and the database, like Xbox probably wouldn't be, even the newest Xbox probably wouldn't be able to handle it, because basically you have the game that run the program that runs, but then you got to input and bring in the database, and the database has 490 some thousand players in it from all over the world. And like I said, you only get 57. The official game only has 57 leagues. In England, on the official game, it only goes down to the Vanarama North South. That's not good. So oh, that hurt. What the hell? So, when you're editing when you're editing the game, you have to bring in the editor. You have to start the editor up, and then you have to bring in the database, and it loads the database in, and then, well, 25's didn't come out. They canceled 25. We've heard nothing about the next one that's coming out. But in all honesty, in the last, this is probably the most complete and best version, gameplay-wise, of FM that you can get, because it is a very good game. It doesn't have a lot of issues. There are some issues, like yesterday when if you saw my VOD or was here for yesterday, we got to the 23rd of June and the game, or the 24th of June, and the game just stopped. It was processing, but it took a long time to do, and there's a point in every save almost where it does that. It's not to do with the computer, got nothing to do with that. It has to do with the game itself. And normally what you have to do is you have to wait 24 hours. It will sometimes kick through after 24 hours. I learned from my other game that I was playing offline did the same thing, but I waited 12 hours, and then I put in before I did the next one across, I put in a couple requests from the board so it would change up what was going on in the processing, and it kicked it in and it was working. This one, I waited, I started doing something else online. I got off there. I was doing stuff I was setting up other people's, I was looking at other people's streams for a little bit, and I was about to take a nap, so I started the game again, and about an hour after I started again, it kicked to the next day. So there's ways of getting into it, and there's ways of getting out of it. It happens. I mean, everybody complains about it, and SI does not have an answer for how to fix it. So, okay, so the main reason they canceled the main reason they canceled 25 was they were changing from the system they use now to the Unity engine, and they were going to change everything. This was all going to be changed. They were going to change the UI. They were changing the game to a better 3D. They were changing it to Unity, and they ran into issues. They didn't completely go into all the issues they ran into, but basically what they said was they did not want to put out an inferior game. Even if they were to fix it over the year, they did not want to put out an inferior game. So they delayed it from November launch to March, and then right before March came and they were supposed to do something, they canceled it. They were adding women's soccer or football. They finally got the Manchester United license, so they were going to have Manchester United in it like before, like they should. They were taking out international play because it's broken. They were getting rid of the shouts. They were getting rid of a couple other things. It was going to be a much improved, but in order to not put out something that, because like I was saying earlier, EA has a habit of putting out the same game over and over again and just putting a new roster in it and saying, there you go, we made these little tiny things. They didn't want to do that. And it was funny because right before they did that, they added in November of 2024, I looked it up on Google the other day, there were like 7 million people that owned this game or were playing this game overall. And in November, right before they delayed it, it went from 7 million to almost 15 million people played this game. And I think at one point they said Google said there were like 48,000 players playing it at the peak times, and then this, like, in May there were like 24,000. So they might have had some people stop playing it because I don't know why they would get bored with it, because every time you start it, it's a new game. It is one of the truly open world games. You can go out and there's so many things you can do to change how the game is. You get, like, the sound pack that I have is not made for the game. It's made for the game by somebody else. The mods that I use for everything is not made by the game. It's made by other people. The Shire, this little thing up here I made, or brought it in, but I've got, like, the trophies are different. Everything's different, and you can go out and find these mods all over the place. There's even a game engine mod. There's like 4 or 5 of them that were done, and they're pretty good, but they interfere with my sound, so I won't use them. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff about this game, and this game, to me, I've been playing this game for, wow, we got oh, look, my boy's getting a start. I want to watch this game. I'm sorry, I want to watch this game for a minute. I want to see my boy play. Ah, my boy, I get to play. This is gonna be fun. He'll give up like 2 goals in the beginning, and I'll be like, oh, I gotta watch it for a minute now. I'm sorry, I gotta watch it for a minute. We ain't gonna watch the whole thing, but I'm gonna watch him play a little bit. That's awesome. Oh, Mr. Gandalf. Yeah, 24. I mean, they should be coming out with a new one in November, like always, but they haven't said anything. Sega just is putting out a pay-to-win version of the game, backed by, it says it's powered by FM25 or 24. So I mean, it's they're gonna have you got 2 different ways to play it. You can invest in it if you want, that kind of game. I would never do that. I probably won't even download it. It's going to be on all platforms. It's going to be free to play, but you know how that goes. It might be free to play, but I'll be damned. There he is, Gandalf, my boy. Yeah, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be fun. You got on the black number 1. Where's his 34, 35? Come on, man. We're in our blues. Oh no, we're in our reds. I have no idea who any of these players are because they're all my youth guys. Well, I know some of them. Morefoot. Hey, that could be a
exchange.
That could be a Hobbit's name. Morefoot. That sounds like a Hobbit, right? Oh, that's funny.
Goes long.
Yeah, if you're a football fan, you're like a footy fan. If you're a footy fan, this is the game to get. This is by far the best simulation game that they make for any sports game. Second closest that they have to that is Out of the Park Baseball, which is an American baseball simulator, which is an amazing game too.
Timely intervention.
Yeah, keep the ball down this end. Don't go up the other end. My boy don't need to be in the game. He's in there. Let him play. Let's go, Gandalf. Come on, baby.
Deliver a better ball. Oh,
that was beautiful.
I think that goal will give them great confidence now. That was terrific skill and composure.
That was quite ugly. That was quite ugly defense. Holy crap, man.
Tearing defenses apart. Oh, that is special.
He put that he put that between the goalkeeper and the defender to our guy, to Armin. That was pretty badass.
Towards the flank. Fiddles it away. They get a throw in.
Morefoot, what are you doing, man?
Clubbed clear. Closed him down quickly. He's lost his man. From behind. Tries to chip through. Nice little flick. Timely intervention. And look to build on that.
Why would you go there when there's nobody even there to help you except for 3 of them? What the hell, man? Come on, I want to see him make a save. Come on.
Fighting to keep hold of it here. Needs support. Oh, it is a whisker high.
That wasn't bad. That's awesome that you got to play. Hopefully he gets a shutout. That would be amazing. He gets a shutout. Unfortunately, these don't matter because this is a game that's a friendly, so it really don't help him to play, but it helps him to play. That was pretty good. I can't believe he got to play today. Yeah, I downloaded. I can't remember who made it. I got the Dave Reality Pack, which is actually what caused my game to not be as. It's got way too many offsides, which we deal with. But how did we do? Oh yes, my boy got a shutout. In his premiere for the team, he got a shutout. What a game! Oh, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. He completed 54% of his 22 attempts at passing. Oh, that's great. You gotta love when that happens. My boy. That's what happens. You get the player in there, even for the 500 biddies. Your player can be a good guy. I mean, he got a shutout in his premier game that I would not have expected. And where's Abgaveni from? Oh, I'll bet you they're Scottish. I bet they are. Oh, they're a Welsh team. Penny Pound Stadium. Nice. We played a Welsh team. Yes. And we got a shutout in his preseason debut. He gets himself a shutout. Yeah, I mean it's definitely for me. I will, like I said, I won't be able to buy the new version once they come out with a new version because I won't have the equipment to do it. My equipment does this one fine, but when you change to the Unity, my football game that I want, the NFL game or the American football game that I want is maximum, and I did some. I was involved in their testing with it on my laptop because it actually could load it. I can't load on here because it won't load, and I don't have an Xbox and I don't have a PlayStation Plus, so I won't be able to play it until I get a new game. But Moth left. What is going on with you guys, man? Don't leave me, you pieces of crap, man. This is killing me. I'm losing players left and right. All my good players are gone, but that's the problem when you're semi-pro but not able to sign goddamn contracts. Well, he wasn't playing. He wasn't in the list anyway, but he used to be. Son of a beast, man! What the hell is going on? That's depressing. I'm making them good, and they're all leaving me. See how they are? They're ungrateful. Ungrateful little pricks. Well, dude, who were you? And who were you? Dude, I don't even know who UDig is. See, that's the thing. Whoever this guy is, he's playing as UDig. I don't know who that is, but he was playing against Dortmund in a cup, and he had a 5-0 aggregate in the first round and lost 8-2 in the second. He said, "Am I wrong for breaking my desk and putting a gash in my arm over the loss of this and losing a 5-0 on aggregate lead?" I don't know who the other team was, but apparently they must have been pretty good if they won 5-0 at home, but then they got beat. Hang on, my baby's stuffing this. Hang on. Oh, that was you. It was one of the babies out here having trouble breathing. I heard that you walking down them steps, it sounded like you were struggling to breathe. So I come out here and here was you coming down the stairs. Stupid stairs. I thought my baby. My cats have two of my cats 3 sometimes, depends. But 2 of my cats have an issue where they'll start to feel like they have a hairball. They come makes them hard to breathe. And I ain't choking them to death, but I like to check on them to make sure there ain't nothing wrong with them beyond that because they just have that issue sometimes. I got to do this and see because I may have to sign a couple other players. Coleman Jack's going to be there, which is supposed to be. I guess it doesn't matter because I'm not using 4. But I still have a need. Where'd he go? Wait a minute. Wait a damn minute. Where's my boy at? Did I not sign? That's not. That's it. Wait a minute. I am so confused. I have 7 goalkeepers. Where did my guy go? Oh, I know where he went. That's not happening. No. Alright, where the hell did he go? I am so confused. I could have swore. Did I not sign somebody to play in that position? I must be seeing things. Okay, so I definitely need to replace Mr. Rack and Mr. Dacey. No, the guns should be there. Why are you doing? Dacey should not be playing there either. I don't know what's going on with this team. Hey, baby. She ran right into you trying to get past you. What's up, Peachy?
Peachy?
Oh, don't be scared, Peach. I could have swore I said, what the hell happened to my players? I don't understand what's going on. I could have swore I signed that. Maybe I just thought I did. I put in for him. I got confused sometimes. Yeah, like I said, I don't foresee a reason why they wouldn't have an FM26. Uh, the biggest problem with most like people that do gaming and do this game, Zealand and Omega Luke and Tom FM and Clates and those guys, some of them are getting a little worried because when 24 was starting to get hyped about this time in the year, they were talking about different stuff and coming out about it, and they're very much radio silence since they canceled 25. We haven't heard nothing from Sports Interactive. The only thing that we've heard from anybody that's involved in it, which Sports Interactive is the team that puts it out, but Sega is the group that owns Sports Interactive. So this is a Sega game. Sega is putting out a free-to-play soccer game that you can buy. You don't buy, it's free-to-play. It can be on all the different platforms, even on PS4 and original Xbox. So, but it's a pay-to-play, so you're going to get that. Yo, what's up, Onyx? How you doing, buddy? How are we today? So yeah, they're gonna do that, and you can download it. I think it's available on the stores now, but it's not available to play yet. And it says in the thing that I appreciate your lurk, my friend. It says right in the thing that it's powered by FM24. Well, people are panicking because, like I said, they haven't seen anything for it now. They haven't seen anything to tell them that there's going to be a game this fall. So people are getting a little upset and kind of going. I get it, though. I have no problem with them not putting out a 25. For the simple fact is I prefer a game company. They could have went about it a little bit better. They could have actually been, like, instead of doing it in a... The only reason they said that they weren't going to do FM26 when they did, or 25 when they did, was because Sony had a shareholders meeting and it was mentioned in there. And that's how it got out. And like in the middle of the night, they put out a statement saying they weren't going to make it, and then that was basically it. Haven't heard nothing from them since. I'm a member of the SI forums. Nothing's being talked about there. You know, they interact sometimes. Marcus is there sometimes. Some of the other people were there, but we haven't heard nothing. Like I said before, this is the best play value game that they've ever done. It has everything in it. There's only a few little things, and basically in the game itself, there are few things wrong with the game. The only major issue that you run into in this game is what I ran into yesterday. But as you can tell, we're still playing. You do get sometimes in the future, if you've been playing, it will glitch out where it will just sit like this and sit there for days, it seems. I have kind of figured out a way to get it to work. It came back an hour after I ran it offline to try to get it to work. It came back and it's fixed. Come here, you terrorist, baby. Come here, Miss Terrorist. I get to see you this morning. Hi, baby. What are you doing? This is the terrorist. This is the little one. She's only 4 months old. She's getting bigger. She's so big and squirmy. What are you doing? Meow, 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 meow. Go on, you gotta learn to calm down though. She saw that sock and stopped and like, wait a minute, let me get that sock. No, I'm gonna run over here and scratch my ear. Hi, Peaches, come here. Come on, baby. Peachy. They're still getting used to this kitten. I really wish they would get used to her so I could have her come down here and stay down here if she wants to. Give her full run of the house, but when I have 7 cats and Mama's doesn't get along with her yet. Lucky, which is kind of surprising, runs from her. She's twice, 3 times her size, but she runs from her instead of getting upset with her. Gray plays with her. It was so funny yesterday. She come down here and he's walking along the couch. He's sitting on my lap. She's up here, and I did like I just did, and he climbed down, and she kind of did, and he jumped down on the couch, and she jumped on the couch and was walking ahead of him, and he looked up at her, and she kind of like looked like she was going to jump on him and jumped over him. Then he turned around and looked at me again, and she kind of walked up, like jumped at him and gave him like a bear hug on the neck, and he just boom, pushed her down on the ground, and then he's like, she's like, what the hell, man? He did that and then walked away. And when she walked the other way in the direction, when he get out the thing, they did that hand slapping thing, you know, cats will do with each other. And she jumped down off the couch and they started doing that. And then he pinned her down with that, laid on his chest on her, and then walked away. And she kind of looked back at me like, dude, and Agbazo's leaving. Goddamn, I'm telling you, this is getting on my nerves. I am losing every player in the thing, and I can't do a thing about it right now. I can't give him contracts. Oh, good Lord, he left too, which is no big deal, I guess, but he was one of my, damn it. I'm telling you. I don't know who to put in there for him. I promise, you're still here, my boy, for now. Chuck Wumu promise. If I can't sign contracts pretty soon, I could lose my entire team. The nice thing is it didn't change anything about the team. Him being there, it's not changing anything. You're staying where you were. Didn't want to change you, but I had to. You are a shadow striker, baby. You're going to be a shadow striker if you're staying on this team, because we don't use your normal position. He is a shadow striker, or not a shadow striker, but a no problem, man. I like lurks. Lurkers are awesome. But yeah, we cruising. We almost to the end of the month. We got about 13, 14 days left in the preseason. I'm gonna get through the end of the preseason today. That is the object of the game. Trying to get there. Yeah, like I said, the only other game that I can think of that is close to this game in the realism of the game is Island Park baseball, and it is extremely the same. It's the same thing. You know, there are actual teams that use this game to help them make decisions on things. the game is so thoroughly scouted and so good. The scouting is so good in this game that uh, they literally have teams that will use it to bring in a player, and they will put that player in the team if they have, like, if they'll see a team like a player in Brazil that they can't see real well, they'll bring that player to their team, run a few simulations on it to see how that player actually does, and they will use this as a scouting tool. Same with out of the park baseball. It's American baseball. It gives you a database that lets you go back all the way to the beginning of baseball when it started in 1857, and you can load it up and you can just redo history. You can change a lot of stuff about it. I wish they would bring a editor like it has to this game, because you do all the editing in the game. There's an editor, you can you can load leagues in, you can edit them any way you want to. It will make you, it'll let you do, and it puts everything in. The biggest problem with the editor for this game is every league has a different set of rules. There's no one set of rules that apply to every country in every league. For example, in Italy, you're only allowed to have like 2 foreigners that play on your team. You can only have 2 of them act at the same time. In Germany, you don't have any rules like that. Germany is pretty much open game. You can have as many players from anywhere you want to play on your team. England, now that it's Brexit, they have certain rules, and you have to get player. They have to go through and get their pretty much their I can't think what it's called, but you got to get the foreign. They have to be approved to be a foreigner to play, and they have to certain criteria. So that makes using the editor extremely difficult, because you can change one thing and screw up the entire league, and it can screw up your entire, the database just won't work. So you got to do a lot of careful shit. Like, for example, if I want to bring those teams in, let's say I want to bring in the 2 teams that I know are missing and that are in the game but are expired teams, they no longer exist, that are on the list of oldest teams out there. Cambridge University AFC is one of them. I can do that, but I have to replace them in the league. Shouldn't do anything to it except for take the team out, put that team in. But if I want to, say, add 2 of them to a lower level team that only has 8 teams, I would have to do that and redo the schedule. And I'm not sure exactly how that works. And I'm not, like, it's not so much that it's extremely complicated, but there's a lot that you have to know how to do. And I can do some of it, but it's kind of one of those things where I don't have the patience I used to have for screwing around with computers. Because if I had the patience, I probably would still have 2 computers, and but I don't, because I just haven't got to the point where I'm just not worried about it anymore. I just don't feel like doing it. So it's one of those things. If you learn how to use the editor and you're good at using the editor, you can do a lot. You can get a lot of people to like you, because, like I said, there's quite a few that do a lot of different things. Like, I wanted to make a English style pyramid in America, because there are as many teams. Unbelievable. There are as many teams in America. They're short about 50. So, yo, Son of Songbird, what's up? How you doing, girl? How are you today? I hope you're doing well. I hope all is good for you. Yeah, unfortunately, I apologize for that. That's not going to work. I had to, once I got everything working, I had to take things away for a little while, because my machine was running so slow that it was taking forever to run the seasons, and I wanted to figure out how to make it faster. So I did that, and it cost me, like, my stickers are gone. I can't use the stickers. They're not gone. They're just not put into the thing. My sound bites are gone. I'm unfortunately about all those things, because I was really enjoying those. And I'll get them back as soon as I can get my computer situation fixed. But it is what it is. But yeah, thank you for coming in, and you're playing Fortnite. Ooh, I like watching Fortnite. Had a friend of mine in Chicago. She played for the longest time, and single mom, 2 little kids. She would play after midnight, and I'd watch her play, and it was hilarious, because she always kept saying how bad she was at Fortnite, except for the fact that she was getting headshots every time she killed somebody. I mean, everybody. She was headshotting everybody. And I told her one day, I said, I thought you said you weren't any good at this game. She says, I don't know how I'm doing so good. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. you're, you're psyching people out and playing and trying to fool people. I get how it goes. But yeah, so, you know, I'm hoping FM26 comes out, or 20, or whatever they want to call it. I hope it comes out in the fall. I hope they make all the changes. I can't play it until I get new upgrades. So, you know, I'm going to be where I'm at. And nothing I can do about it. But this game will not go anywhere. And I'm hoping when they do bring it in, that they allow you to bring over your save files like they did from 23. 23 could be the first time they ever did it. I thought they did it before, but in 23 you could actually bring your, like I can go into the load screen and I have two, in my cloud I have two 23 saves that I started that I can bring into this and it'll bring them over to 24. I'm hoping they do that in 25 or 20, yeah, 25, 26, whatever it is. The next rendition, I hope they do that so that I can continue this in that once I get to it. If I ever get to it. You know how that goes. I think this is the last one I'm playing my reserves in, and the next one will be forever over my starters. It's out of stuff. There's nothing left. Ah. Ooh. Oh, you scumbag. I hate when that happens. I'm looking for candy or something. I got candy out there. I just don't want to go get it. And it's not the best candy, but it's candy. I get my cravings sometimes. You know, I'm type 2 diabetic, but sometimes I get the cravings for the sugar because my body will get really feel like if I haven't eaten or if you know my blood sugar drops below 110, then I'm usually feeling hypoglycemic. It don't feel good. I was gonna say, who the hell are we playing with that weird ass thing? This is Bratton. Bratton. I'm playing Bratton. Who lives there? Bratton? Them brats live in Bratton. If you're from England and I say a name of a team wrong, I apologize up front. Some of these names are damn weird. Well, that's Abargood. The next one, Aberbargood Buds, like Morecambe or Morecambe. To me, it looks like it says it's Morecambe. That's how I would say it if I was to say the name without having heard other people say it. I'd say Morecambe, but it's Morecambe. Learn to spell it that way. Morcome. That should be Morecambe. There shouldn't be a B in there. And no need to be a B. But there is. It's just weird. Some of the names are weird. There's weird names here too. What's funny is the town I come from is actually a town in there's a club in Spain that's the same club as ours is, and it's actually kind of said like we say it. I live in a town called Cadiz, Cadiz. There's a team in Spain called Caduz. They call it Caduz. They call it Cadiz. I've also seen it in the Google thing saying it the same way I do. So everybody's like, "You're from Cadiz?" No, I'm not from Cadiz. I'm from Cadiz. One of these days, I'm gonna actually play that team through the Spanish one, just because it's from that's where I live. There's a bunch of teams like that. Like there's Mansfield. I lived in Mansfield, Ohio. There's a Mansfield team, Mansfield town in England that has a team. Yeah, I literally would not be able to. I would have a rough time. The Cara Wifa. I'd have a hard time living in England because I would be most people go to the pub or they'll go to they do their job. I'm disabled, so I'm not doing anything. For one, uh, I would probably I would probably be instead of going to the pub every day, I'd be going to the pitch every day somewhere. I wouldn't care where. I'd be watching as much soccer as I could because that's what I do. But Garrett's coming into play. He could play, but he's not. Okay, let's see. Whoa, whoa, whoa! There they are. They are a Western Wiltshire Senior League Premier Division. They're probably lower than us. I would imagine that's below us, but I don't know for sure. So we will probably destroy them, but that's a good thing. We're building towards the end of the season. Harry's back in. Henry. Come on, Henry. Can you do a shutout again? Can you shut him out? Because I shut him out. I shut out a good team. We shut out. We shut out Burry. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Or Avangeni. Don't get me started on Welsh names. I would never make it, even though I have Welsh in my family in my family tree. Welsh, Irish, Scotch, English, German. I've got Pennsylvania Dutch, and if you know what that is, that's kind of a version of Amish. I was related to Queen Elizabeth. She was like my 14th cousin twice removed or something like that. I once did my family tree back in 2008 before all the crap happened. I was taking. They had me on high blood or they had me on cholesterol pills, and they put me on a statin. They put me on private statin, and I was working as a telemarketer, so you're typing all the time and you're on the phone all the time, and it literally made me feel like they were sticking pins and needles in all my joints. It was killing me, and I missed like a week of work, and in that time frame I was a week of work, I sat there and did ancestry. Because once if you ever do the ancestry, the only time you ever have to put anything in is when you start your thing with your name and your birth date and as much information as that you can put in for yourself. And then if you have a membership, you get all the little clues and you can just add them automatically. So it's a mouse click. Oh, they beat us 2-1. That's not good. David Evans scored. Oh, look, my boy got a beat. What's up with that, man? You lost for us. What the hell? What the hell are you doing, dude? This is not supposed to happen. You're supposed to be the better player. What's going on, man? What's up? What's up? What's up? What? What? He lost a game. It don't matter. It's a freaking. All right. So yeah, our next three we'll be doing the starters now. I don't want to go in there. I'm going in here. Where am I going? We will be putting our starters in for this. Hang on a damn second. DC, I would put you in there. I don't really want to put you in there though, do I? I guess I really don't have much of a choice there, do I? Not really. It's not letting me. So I need a. Yeah, see, I need a fucking Christ. Why must you do this? I hate this because again, the other thing that's weird about this is this. Well, Bailey, are you any good? He's not done. I can't waste time to do it. I'm not gonna do it that way. Why are we? What the freaking frickin' fruck? That don't make any damn sense. Thank you. What the hell, man? All right, so we need a DL and a DC. I need you. Hang on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break again. I'll be back. We is back. We is live. All right, so we need a defensive left. He's hurt. Can't get him. Fleming. He doesn't have a price on him. He's 30 years old. He is a. He would be okay. I mean. Oh my God! I can actually give him real contracts. Holy shit! Holy shit! All right, we're gonna sign him now. The fun part begins. All right, so this is gonna take a few, and we need a DC. Oh my God! And we will go with Sarrett. No, we won't go with Sarrett. No, 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 no. Not gonna happen. Come on, man. Where the hell are you at? You gotta be. There's one. Damn. Ain't no better than what I already got. No. Nope. Okay, so we're gonna get one of these players, but now we get to have the fun part. Here's the fun part. We got 35,000 plus what we're already paying. So when we sign these guys to contracts, we got to try to knock them down a little bit. But we are going to sign the contracts. All right, so see, if I didn't, I wouldn't sign him a contract if it wasn't for the fact that he's my starting goalkeeper and I need him. But he's going to sign as a backup. And see, he ain't going to make nothing, which is good. I'm going to end up signing most of these guys. I ain't going to have a choice. I think I'm going to take you to a regular starter. Hopefully. Oh, you little prick. You know what? You might be, okay, we'll go important player. They won't ask for as much money you put him in an important player. See, he wants 4,000. He's not getting it. And he didn't want it that bad. So we save a little bit of money. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, Cothard. I just signed one. I don't want to play for you now. I'm going to do this. They said recommend the regular starter, but he probably won't take it. Nope, didn't think so. Take important player. 3.8. Nope, we're going to drop you to 3.7, so he'll take that too. So this is the only thing that really sucks about this because, for example, we're about to do Rack. He's not going to get much. He's probably still on the other contract anyway. I don't need to do these. I could set them up from my my director of football or my assistant or my general manager if I have one. But see, I'm not signing him. I'm not signing him. Matter of fact, he's out of here. The reason I'm releasing him is because yes, he's angling in the game from my positions, but if I don't release him, he'll still get paid, and I can't afford him to be getting paid. I'm not needing him, so he can go bye-bye. Zenon Bahula. I remember signing him, but he's pretty good too. He's going to be around for a little while, hopefully. Yeah, we'll leave you at star player because you're a 3.5. Don't ask for a lot. Don't ask for a lot. Don't ask for a lot. He didn't. See, he don't want to. Now you got to be careful here because they're giving him $3 grand there, and he would take that contract. So if I go part time. Yes, yes, that's good. The money wholeness. Oh, holy, 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 holy. Hmm. I'll give him a little bit of a bump. I didn't. Honestly, okay. I've been playing this game since like November of 2024. I got it like right after December. I got it right after it was out. Um, I did not know that when you have a player on a contract like that, that it would actually show you what that contract value was worth in that corner. I didn't know that. I was like, are you kidding me? I just realized that doing this on here. He's definitely a star player because he's almost a 5-star, and we're gonna have to give him a lot of money. Now, see, the first year you usually can't sign to more than 1,000, more than 1 year. They very rarely take that much. Yeah, baby, we're rolling now. Now, Colin is my next project because he has been coming up through. He's a good guy, and he's going to be my training center, shadow striker in training. Zane Marsh, he's going to be a good player too. I'll give him a little bit of a raise. I'm getting lucky now because see, before you'd have to do this and you'd have to figure. Didn't see that, so I'm paying no attention to it. So I'd try to give them what I thought would be a good deal for them, and half the time I wouldn't give them enough, and they'd be pissed about it. And just because I'm offering these contracts, do not mean they're going to keep them. Dude, I can tell you right now, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. You're not getting what you want. Yep, I didn't think so. I see he wants the star player and he's not getting it. So Mr. Riley can go bye-byes. He'll stick around on. I would normally get rid of him, but he can stick around on that contract till somebody takes him, or next year comes around. He got potential, but not a whole lot. You're a star player too, there, buddy. But you better get your shit together. The ever tiresome and troublesome work of signing your players to contracts. Finally, I get to do this though. I'm so happy. Now I can stop losing players, maybe. All right, Luther. I still got to keep you around, man, because you're a beast. I just don't have any place for you to start right now. Getting there, though. He won't do it either. Working him down. Oh, boy. Thank you. Wow, that's surprising. He took that jump down $400 down. I'm surprised. See, everything changed once you get to this point um, because before there were a bunch of these guys I didn't want to keep, and I wasn't going to keep them. But when it comes to signing the contracts, I almost have to because some of them I'm not going to be able to replace. and that's just basically what you got to do. So it comes to, okay, you'll get 3,200. You happy now? I wanted to bump it up to that anyway, but it didn't let me. Gunst. My boy, fairly loyal. You sign this contract, you'll be loyal enough to be around for a while. Yeah, so signing contracts is a pain in the ass, but you only got to do it like once a year, and once you get them to sign, it's pretty good. Then Willoughby, Mr. Willoughby, what's up, buddy? And then anybody that doesn't sign or doesn't want to sign, you just let them go if you need to. Some of them I'll keep, but if they're too far down, I won't. Because I'm not paying people to play that aren't playing, and I'm not giving people money that shouldn't have it. Yeah, you want what? Damn, you want some serious money, don't you, boy? I'll get you there. Don't you panic. Ooh, he's gonna be a prick. I won't get him. He won't sign. Oh, thank God. I thought he was gonna be a bitch and not sign. Okay. Lloyd, old buddy, old pal. The only reason I'm keeping you around is loyalty, and besides, I need a backup. And you're not a star player, son. You know better than that, boy. You're gonna make me put you as a star player. I guarantee you ain't getting star player money, and if I don't need to sign you for that. Player. I don't want you as a set player. I want you as a player. I'll give you 2,100. Hey, he was making 2,100, so he should be okay with that. He will be okay with that. I'll take him for 2,100. He's a credible player. He can still play. He's just not great anymore. Okay, you're out of here, Cameron. Sorry, dude. Topley will resign because he got the potential to be good too. Now, before I started doing all this, I had 35,000 to build the team on and put more players in. So, hopefully, when we get done with this, when we've done all this fooling around, we'll actually have a better. Why is he getting 100 more? I don't understand. Why, Mr. Evans, do you get 100 more than my boy there? Huh? All right, we're on. Oh, I was gonna say we're almost done with this, but we're not. All right, where do you go? Mr. Mayberry, you're out of here. We're gonna sign Donna. I try to make no promises at all because promises can be a bitch. Yo, Matt, thank you for the follow, my friend. I appreciate that. What's going on, Matt? How are you today? Or this evening, or wherever you are? How's it in your world? I'm still about middle of the afternoon. I better learn to put an A in there instead of a. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, and I will give you a follow back when the show's over. Oh, you know what? No, I'm gonna do it right now before I forget. Because I've been known to do that occasionally. I sometimes forget these things. Come on! There you go. Look at you. Follow. Give you a follow back. There we go. No. What are you doing? I don't have a clue what I'm doing right now. Going absolutely crazy. Alrighty then. Yay. So we're good there. Sunny England. Well, you're not the only one from there. I got a bunch of people there. Most of the people that are probably in my stream right now are from England, so that's cool. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for stopping in. I hope you have a fun time here, and I forget who the hell that was. Oh, that was done. Okay, 'Smallers' out of here. What are you doing? I don't know. 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 What are you doing? I Now, the only problem with doing what I'm doing right now is these guys are all my backups. And if I release all these guys, it could be a problem. Man, boy, I wanted to keep you, but I can't keep you because you're costing me money I don't have. No, 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 no. Now, see, next year, I won't have to do this again because what will happen is if you don't, once you start offering contracts, once you offer a contract like that, you don't have to give them. When you don't sign a player, they won't stick around. So I'm gonna just leave that there for now. See what we got when we come around. No, I'm not changing him. I already did that. Don't worry about it. Move on. No, I'm not putting him on the reserve. It doesn't matter. He's still playing for us. So what the hell's the point? It don't matter to move him around. All right, so we just got to wait now for everybody to sign. Then once everybody's done signing, I'll go back in and check what I need to do. Bunch of people going bye-byes. It is going great. It is, this is tier 10. We are into the Northern Counties East League Division 1. We've moved up from League 12. This is starting our third season. We're in the preseason. For whatever reason, I don't know why, but this game, for the last few saves I've been doing, it won't let me, once we go semi-pro, it won't let me give contracts out for almost a year. So we went semi-pro like the spring of the first season. This is starting the fall of the third season. So it was a year in part. I lost so many players because of that shit, and it pisses me off. Out the door. Y'all are gone. Bye, guys. I can't keep you anymore. I got actually money I need to spend. I so wanted to keep him. Elam's just immediately signed. He wasn't even playing. He just like, I'm gonna keep the contract. He's the worst player I'll keep, but he's one guy I gotta have for a backup. Bailey, you wanna come play for me, Bailey? I hope so. Yeah, I usually start all my saves in the lower leagues. I don't like. Yeah, well, actually, I've got the mod that takes you down to level 20. And honestly, this is the first save. I lost 5 starters last season, and I lost 2 in this preseason because they wouldn't let me sign regular contracts yet. And it was bugging me because that was all it was letting me do. And I'm thinking, this is ridiculous, man. This don't make any sense. And I don't know why it's doing that, but it does it. And it pisses me off. I'm not going to get him. I can tell you that right now. I'm not getting him. He's going to be a pain in the ass and want more money. Oh, my God. I can't believe he took it. Wow. Wow. That's awesome. Come play for me. Come play for me. You know you want to. And I still need a defensive midfielder, a center back. But this is the first time I've ever had this issue where I started losing people. What money? I got like $35,000 to spend. My latest contract, which I'm not getting paid for again. We've been semi-pro. This is our second season of semi-pro, and that's not good enough. But we're going to shortlist your ass too. Yeah, I haven't had the pleasure to play in Bosnia yet. I've got what do I have loaded? I'm not even sure which ones I got loaded anymore. I started with 1 team in each continent just because I like to do that way. Where's that? Add new. Nope, add new name. So we are right now in the English League. I have Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Brazil, Tonga, and the U.S. all added. Now, these are all view only right now. They're going to be. They're supposed to be. Didn't I do this once already? I thought I did this once already. You bastards. This is not cool. This was supposed to have been done already. No, that's part of the problem. I did this already, I thought. I started them out playable because I wasn't sure where I was going to get to play. And then I usually change them to view only. And basically what I'm doing is I'm doing a... what you got? They cold?
Zero silver, right?
They cold?
Yeah.
Bring me one. Because the one I had this morning didn't taste great.
Zero sugar.
Dude, I like zero. What are you talking about? Zero sugar is good for you. Oh, those are freezing. But, ha! Oh, they're so much better cold. They got a little bit of a taste to them. But,
So much better cold. You just love it.
yeah, well. Yeah, so we do, I usually start down there. You never have any money to build anything. And my philosophy is I sign anybody that will sign for me until I get to like the Vanarama North South League. Then I start worrying about my players and the ages. I don't have a problem with being signing players that are old. They can still play. But yeah, we never have any money. You get your payroll. Actually, when you're an amateur, you don't even get that. You just sign people. So you can have 5 million players, and that's the problem with this is, I have all these players I just released because we were only getting on built on no contracts. So hydrate. Thank you, Tommy. I will do that right now. I usually do, but I know that's not zero sugar Pepsi. That's water, orange colored water. Yeah, I put drink mixers in my water because I can't drink water by itself. It's terrible. But yeah, the transition from when you go from amateur to pro or to semi-pro is it doesn't matter because the only thing you can do is usually it takes like I signed these contracts this year, so next year signing new contracts will actually put a value on my players because right now my players don't have any value. They're still considered free to sign. You can change that, but oh my eye. Ugh. I miss Mamas. What you doing? Miss Mamas. So we are doing a little bit of fun. If you are interested in having a player in this game, you can do that. You have 4 options. The first option is 500 bits. Basically what it'll do is we will put you as a random player in a random league in a random team of the 6 leagues that are open. 500 bits will give you a increase to your potential from 0 to 50, over no higher than 50, and then we will put you on the short list. We'll keep track of you. We'll show you what's going on with your player at the beginning or every so often. If you want to, you can look at him. For 100 bits, you can do the same thing. I'm sorry, 1,000. What did I say? 100. 1,000 bits, you can do the same thing. It's a random player on a random team in a random country, but you get an upgrade to up to 100. For who the hell is here? Justin. See who's here. Hold on a second, guys. Somebody just pulled up. That open door. Must be at the house. Oh, y'all are fine. I just was seeing who was outside my house because I wasn't expecting no visitors, and I heard the alarm, and I'm like, I have no problem. Park out here. Are you guys? Oh, 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 yeah. I told you that before. You guys can park out here anytime you need to. I don't have a car, so I got space. No problem. Oh, Chihuahua. Wow. So, I had to make sure the neighbors are cool and not in a bad spot. In see, so like on what I'm doing now on this is going to be this. It's pretty much a journeyman, but it's kind of like not. I'm taking Shire Academics, and we're going to run them all the way up to the top. And once we get to the Champions League, we win the Champions League and the FA Cup and the Premier League, then I will retire from that team and move to a different team in one of the other 5 countries. Put this on view only and go from there, start over again. So that's kind of what the object of the game is. Now, if you play this game, you know about the error where it'll freeze on you. I had that happen to me yesterday, and I thought I lost a save. but after an hour it came back on and was fine. So hopefully it never happens again. But on YouTube, hold that thought. For 1,500, I was talking about the different things you can do to be in this. For 1,500, you can you'll become a player that's not quite a wonder kid, but you're better than that. You have an added bonus to your potential up to 150. Put you on the team of your choice in your country and whichever one you want to be on, and you will be in the league. It has to be in the, well, it doesn't have to be, but it's going to have to be in the league that we have open. So it'll be Saudi or Brazil or England or any of those teams that are in there. You can put them on. You get to choose the team. The team, the position you want to play will make you up to 150. We'll make also each of these will give a little bit of a change to the to your attributes to make you a little bit better. For 2,000, you become a wonder kid. Play on the team you want to play on. We'll keep track of you. We may even try to hire you into our team. Who knows? By the time we get there. So you know that's what we're doing. That's a good way to participate. I don't play my friendlies. I zipped through my friendlies. I did look at one friendly earlier because I created a $500 player earlier in after, because we'll do that every year at the time when the youth intake comes in late March, early April. We'll do that. If people want to do that, they can do it then. So you know, you get to choose where you want to go. We got use the editor for that. Do what you got to do, and then when I play all games during the regular season and cup games and that kind of stuff, and tournament games or whatever. If you have a finals at the end, if you make the playoffs, and while we're playing a game, I have 3 set up tactics. Right now I'm on my 3rd tactic. If somebody wants to during a game, they can spend 1,500 channel points, and you will be able to. I will immediately in game switch to a different tactic. Now, none of the first one and the third one are kind of the same. They have a lot of the same. Well, there's like instead of having a shadow striker like I do now, we move a 3rd guy up, and we have 2 attacking midfielders, and then we have a midfielder and then 4 in the back. So this one has an attacking midfielder, two strikers, a shadow striker, 3 midfielders, and then in a 4-3-1-2 formation. The other one is 5 defenders with 5 defenders and 2 midfielders, and it's a little different. It's very different because you actually end up having players play out of position. If you really want to get me, you do it after I made my 3 changes to my team, and then we're really screwed because we can't put an extra defender in on that one. But you do it if we were like to play this next game and you did that, you would have me switch from the 3rd one to the 1st one, and it will happen every time anybody does that. So if people are just having fun spending channel points, I could be whipping through all those through the entire games, which could really be a problem. Now, the one time we did do that, we had that happen last season. Didn't make a difference. We still won the game like 4-1. We were playing a nobody, and that's the fun part about it. And you can attest to this, Matt. When you play in these leagues, especially when you bring in the players, like I'm scheduled right now. They're predicting me to finish in 6th. In this, I just popped up. They're 5th. That was 5th before. Now it's 6th. When I looked at the overview one, it said 5th, and the one that came up on the screen, the review from that said 6th. So we're real close to being in the playoffs. I'm sorry, that's not a happening thing. We are winning this division. One way or the other, we are going to win this division. Oh, yeah, who we get? Fullback. We got our extra fullback. Mr. Bailey's coming to play for me. Yahoo! Come on, Joshua. I needed you. My defense, I've not had the greatest of defenses. I mean, we've been winning. Like last year, we played in level 11. We were in 5th place. We got into first place. Winners no lower than 5th. We were in first place after game week 5, and we won. Like we stayed in first place the rest of the year. We got promoted. We guaranteed promotion in like the end of March, and then the next game we tied, like we had lost 2 ties, and our youth team won the last game because we'd already won the division thanks to the tie. This helps me out. Thank you very much. He could be a stud too. Oh boy. Oh my goodness gracious! I'm getting Ellis Leatherland. Nice. That is our actual. That is Shire Academics actual badge. I downloaded the photo and then got it to finally work to put it on here. So I do actually have their exact. That's their thing. Don't look like the ones that are imported for the other teams because they were using a round one and I didn't think about doing that. So, but yeah, everything for this team is the way it's supposed to be, except for where we play. We were playing in a place called Treetops, which was fun. Yeah, yeah, it can be. But you know what? And you know, it's like everybody has their own way of playing the game. I don't know anybody that plays the game the same way as I do, and I don't really, you know, it's one of those things that makes it more fun because I'll play my game my way, you play your game your way. We have some things that we do together that are fun. You know what? Yeah, and it's funny because I was playing a team like before I started this and started streaming again and doing this on stream. I was playing a team called Bishop Thorpe White Rose. They started in League 12, and I built a hell of a team. They were winning everything, and I brought in. I didn't care. I was just bringing in anybody that was rated 5 star. I didn't care the age. I didn't care about nothing. I was just bringing them in. And the first year we got to like League 9, which is the next one. This one will be in the Isuzu FA Trophy or FA Vase, and the NCEL competition, which is the Northern Counties Eastern League. They have that for the Premier League in the bottom. First year, won the treble, no problem, big time won the treble. Next year we've got into the FA Cup. First year in the FA Cup, we didn't do so good. We didn't make it. We made it to the first round, and we got beat by a championship team. Our second year, we made it to the third round, and we faced Chelsea at Chelsea. Yeah, that was so freaking cool because we lost 7-1, but we were a Division 9 team. We were a level 9 team playing against a Premier League team. We scored a goal on them at Stamford Bridge, and we made 575,000 in the money from the gate receipts. It was more than we had in the first 3 levels of being in the game. I was like, this is awesome. But then the bad part was when I finally got to the Vanarama North with that team, and I ended up putting it on pause because I had a player that I created in that, and I sold him for like 50 million. He was a really good player, and I sold him to a team for 50 million. And the bad part about this is the players will start to oh, cool. I've heard of Guernsey. I just didn't know that was an island. That's awesome. But my favorite team, I follow Manchester United, sort of. I fell in love with Manchester United when Sir Alex Ferguson had all those guys back in the day. He had the Nevilles and Alex Cole and, you know, those guys. I fell in love with Sutton United because my birth name is Sutton. That's hence the Elf Sutton. My first 3 letters Elf are from my initials now. My stepfather's name is France, so it's Eric Lee France. So I have Elf and then put Sutton on the end. But I like Sutton United, so I've always been a fan of that. I'm from the States. I'm from Ohio. We didn't have much exposure to soccer until in the 90s because you know, just didn't have it. You didn't have cable like you do now, and you didn't have all these channels like you do now. So we didn't get to see much of anything. My first team I ever followed was Inter, back when R9 played, when he could have been the greatest player to ever play. I got to see Pele. I'm 57 years old, so I got to see Pele play a little bit when he was older. I didn't see him in his heyday, but Pele was an amazing player too. But R9, when he played for Inter, there was nobody better. And if he wouldn't have got old, wouldn't have been a party animal, wouldn't have hurt his knees, he was a beast. Do you keep up with people on YouTube, and have you seen, you know who the mad scientist is? He came out with an 8586, it's either 8586 or 8686, I think it's 8586 database. And Mr. Tiny backed him up and put all the players in that would come in as they're supposed to. So yeah, it's interesting. I seriously want to play it, but on the YouTube channel, I upload all my VODs to the YouTube. So this entire series so far is on YouTube. Um, but we are going to be doing a YouTube series, a video series. It's not going to be live. And what we're going to do is, um, I'm going to take. We're going to start with Sheffield FC, which is the oldest football club in the world. It's been around since 1857, and we're going to start with them. I think they're in League 11 or 10 at the start. I've got them on another save. They're going to be the team. We're going to run them up, and then when they're done, we're going to go to the next team down. There's two teams in England that you can't use. I can't remember the second one, but the first one is the Cambridge University AFC. They are an extinct team in this game. Yeah, I graduated high school in 1986, so I've been watching. I honestly can say, of the times to have grown up, I grew up in the most awesome for like sports. I got to see the Immaculate Reception happen when it happened, which is something that got the Pittsburgh Steelers to their first Super Bowl, and it was a great play. I saw that happen live. I got to see guys like Walter Payton run the football. I got to see Barry Sanders. I got to see 4 Super Bowl wins, the first 4 Steelers Super Bowl wins with one of the greatest defenses of all time. I got to see the home run races back in the 90s between Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa and those guys, even though they were juiced up on, hey, it is what it is. Got to see a lot of stuff that, I got to watch Michael Jordan play basketball from the time he was in his last year in college until he retired for the second time and be the greatest player to ever play basketball. I got to see all that stuff happen. I got to see other things happen that aren't so great to remember, but like I remember where I was when the Challenger exploded in 1986. I was a senior in high school, and I was working in the morning. My morning first period, I worked in the guidance counselor's office, which was across the top floor, across from the library. And there were a bunch of kids there to watch, and everybody came in. It was either they were doing something else or they were in that for study hall, and they come over to watch it, and we watched the Challenger explode, and it was just like, can't believe this happening. And I remember where I was and what happened when we started, when the first Gulf War started and the second Gulf War started. I remember what I was doing when the towers came down. So I've lived through a lot of weird shit. I remember what it's like not to have internet or cell phones. So, I remember all that shit, and it was a crazy time. It was definitely a crazy time, and hell, I remember our first place that we moved to when we didn't live in town. We lived out of town, wasn't out of town, but it was still in city limits. But it was down beside a farm, and we had a party line for our phone. There were 6 houses in that area, and all 6 of us shared one phone line. So if the neighbor was on the phone, you had to wait till they were done. If you were on the phone, they had to wait till you were done. And we had that for 7 years we lived there. And then I graduated high school, and computers were starting to become a thing, but there was no internet until I was in college. And then the internet came around, and things in the last 35 years have gone like from dark ages to where we are now. I've always been a computer freak. I always wanted to do computers. I wanted to be a programmer. And I always looked to want to improve things and fix when artificial yeah. And see, I didn't get to watch all that because I knew what was going on, but that wasn't around like it is today. I mean, hell, we watched there were like 3 different networks you could watch the Champions League stuff on. And, we didn't have that back then, which sucked. All right, so we have what do we got? We got 4-to-1 odds to win. So we went from 5th to 6th to 1st. Signed 2 players that were matter. 2 players that mattered, and we went to first place. So we were picked to win. Chesterfield under 20s cannot be promoted, so they can win it if they want, but they can't be promoted. which kind of sucks because they don't change the promotion on this. So what is this? Oh, it's showing their thing. Okay. They've been all over the place. But they cannot be promoted from this league. And usually when you have a team that's under 21s or an under 18s or an under a reserve team in a league like this, they can't be promoted because their team, their main team is the league above them or a couple leagues or whatever it is, but they can't be done for that. So I think that is probably the first time I think I've ever been. Oh, I need you too, buddy. Oh, you're going to make me make an offer. Didn't I already make an offer for you, Smith? I will make that offer. Yes, I will. I'll make that offer. He probably won't want to come play for us, but I could use him too. Only because I don't trust Rack enough. Rack has not proven himself to be the worthy player to be in that position. He's been in that position most of the time he's been playing, and he just ain't got up. He ain't been getting better. So I would rather have a real player in that position. Yeah, of course you don't, you little prick. Thank you, Mr. Smith. I ain't got all my players haven't said they were signing contracts yet either. That kind of depresses me. What's up with that? Aberbargoed. This is going to be interesting. I think this must be another Welsh team too, because we beat Abergynvenny 1-0. My boy got a shutout. Thank you. Yeah, no, this is what the bad part was. First season with this team. We're in level 12, playing in a Yorkshire League. We were in first place by a point. All we had to do was win. A team that we beat up like 6-2 in the first time we played them. The last game of the season, all we got to do is win. And they lost 2-1, 2-0. I was so unhappy. But because the league was set up for, we got promoted, so we did get promoted. So we've been promoted 2 years in a row, once as a runner-up and once as champions. So I ain't complaining about that. You got FM'd. Yeah, like I said, I played Chelsea with that one team from level 9, and we won. We got beat 7-1, but we made 500,000 gold. I keep saying gold because I do play other games other than this. I do play ESO from time to time when my arm lets me. But yeah, I've gotten a couple of those where you're just sitting there going, and for whatever reason, if you watch the games I play, if you watch one of my games, you're going to see an abnormal amount of offsides called. And you'll watch it and you'll sit there and go, how is it? You'll see them call it where the ball is kicked to the outside to one of their wingers, and their guy that's ahead of him is standing behind 3 of my defenders between him and the goal, and they'll call that guy offsides. Or you'll see a goal that is scored by a guy that is clearly standing offsides when he gets the ball hit to him, and he'll score the goal and it won't call offsides. And I think I figured out what the problem is. There's a mod made by a gentleman named Dave who does a realism pack, and I think the referee adjustments is the cause of the problem, but there's also 2 others that could be the problem, so I got rid of them to do the other league. And I ran a test on it yesterday, and it came up with only 3 offsides, and 2 of them were legit, so I'm hoping it's fixed. I want to see what he's worth now. Nothing. Ha! That son of a bitch. This is how stupid this dude is, right? He went to play for this team. He took Cogenho United's offer. He got 1.3 million, or 1.3. He's getting $1,300 a month or a year. Okay, and he could have stayed for us and would have made more money if he just would have waited a week. They're in the United Counties League's Premier Southern Premier. So they're a couple steps ahead of us, I believe. Yeah, they're in the county leagues. So he did move up in stature in teams, but they're the same stature as us. They're half a star, so it wouldn't really matter. So he actually, that was stupid because he could have made some money. He would have been making probably twice that if he'd stayed with us. Hell, he was making twice that. Bonehead. No, I'm not putting you back on there, Mr. Hassan. You're not worth it, buddy. Nope, not changing that because this is my starting team right here. This is my starting team. We are the starters. Now, do you have the... Oh, wow. You're building up Bosnia as a building nation. That's pretty good. That's pretty challenging, tough for us there. I haven't done a building nation yet. It's cool to watch. I watch guys like Omega Luke and Tom FM and Clates and Work the Space and Second Yellow Card and Tommy Jameson, who used to be a rock and roll singer. I didn't know that until the other day. I was watching. I was like, wait a minute. I saw some. Was watching Professor Rock, and he was talking about a band that they had, and he was. I was like, that's Tommy Jameson. I said, that can't be the same one. It sure as hell is. But yeah. So Fleming, Mr. Fleming. Oh, I'm getting my other winger too. Cool. This team is gonna be unbeaten. This team's gonna be badass this year. Hopefully the changes I've made will give us a chance to go through. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that I watched those guys do the Build a Nation saves, and it would be cool. But I like doing the ones I do. I've done like I've started. Most of the time, like my last name is Sutton, so I like Sutton United, and I like all the teams that are named Sutton. And there's like 23 teams in the England that are named Sutton, have a Sutton in the name. The new one I started offline because the guys went crazy wanting all this extra money. It pissed me off because I had all that extra money. I had like 39 million in the bank, and I signed everybody at the beginning of the season to contracts, and then all of a sudden, like 2 months in, they start asking me for new contracts. Cool. Yeah, they're always fun as long as they work. When they start getting to be a problem, that's when they start to become a pain. And it's just like, oh, why am I doing this? But these guys all wanted contracts, and they didn't want to take the fact that they were all 3-star or less, and they didn't want to take. They wanted to be star players. I'm like, you know what? I'm done with this. I'm done. I'm gonna save that for later. I put it in the cloud, and it can stay there because it was getting on my nerves. But I found a team in level 18 called FC Dynamo Sutton. I've never played them before, so I'm playing them up. But at one point on League 12, in the top three leagues, there are 3 Sutton teams, and I decided one day I was going to be 3 Sutton teams, and I found one of them that had I didn't need to hire anybody. They had really good players to start, and then they had a bunch of 3+ star, silver star youth players that all had 5. They all had 5 as their potential. I've heard of it. Yeah, my family comes from Ireland and Scotland and Wales, or I've got Welsh all through me. But you know where Sutton Castle is in Ireland? My family actually goes. That's actually part of my family history. So I want to come over there someday, but quite honestly, I'd never leave. I tell all my friends in LSW that are from England. A lot of people I interact with and hang out with and support in streaming are from England. And I keep telling them I'm gonna come over there. I'm gonna bring me a tent. I'm gonna come over and I'm just gonna I'm gonna camp in their backyards and we're gonna stream. We're gonna do collaborations live in person. But seriously, if I was in England, I'd never do anything but watch soccer. Go to soccer during the day and go to the pub at night. Because I'm disabled, so I don't do anything other than this. Yay! Costa gonna stay in Porto. Well, ain't that just nice? Maybe. So we got this Aberbargood Buds. We're playing them next. Yeah, I added a player one day, a couple days ago, in stream to show people what would happen when you get the 500 bits. And he's my son. I named him Eric Sutton, or Eric Jr. And then I gave him a nickname of Gandalf. Wow, cool. Yeah, I live about 45 minutes west of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in a little town in Ohio that's named after the same the team in the town in Spain called Cadiz or Cadiz, however you want to say it. We say Cadiz. But yeah, I would like to go visit there. I want to come over there and visit the old, like, where my family's from, but it's just not going to happen. I'm too old and I don't want to fly, and I'm not swimming that far. We got Mr. Fleming. Oh, why? Wait. Okay, I already did that. Never mind. Oh man, he's not supposed to be that bad. What the hell happened? Yeah, I don't think so. Ain't gonna cost me nothing, son. I'll just release you from that. Release on a free. I didn't think that was not what you looked like. So now we got the players in the last year of their contracts, which don't matter because the only one that matters is Baylor. And I just signed these guys a contract. They did not show me the contracts that they agreed to contracts. What the hell is up with that? Oh, come on, machine. I know you're slow, but damn. So the only two that have, those are the only three that have signed. Son of a bitch, they ain't nobody decided on their contracts yet. That sucks. See, we signed Lloyd, and even though he's a 2.5 or a 2-star player, he's still worth 1.5 to 2.5K. So I can still, if somebody wants to take him now, I can sit there and go, guess what? You want him? You can pay. You got to pay for him. You're not just getting him on a free. So that's one of the reasons why you want contracts. And what killed me for not having contracts when I lost my 5. I lost 5 players. I had a guy who I was bringing up. He was in my first youth intake in season 1, and he was my starting left attacking midfielder. And he went from a 1.5 or a half silver star in the first 2 seasons. I got him all the way up to just under a full red. He had 1 gold star, and I was sitting there. This kid's going to be great, and he kept turning down. In the middle of the season, he said, "Okay, I'm going." I was like, "Son of a bitch!" But this shit happens. Fleming is going bye-bye. I don't even need him. I wasn't going to sign him. I don't want a 2-star player on my team. I'm keeping the 2-star players I got because I can't replace everybody. But I'm not giving up. Let's see what's my finances look like. I got to look at this for a minute. See, we still have 25,000. We only spent 10,000 by trying to sign all those players into what our leftover budget was. So I still got 25 grand that I can sign players with this year. So we ain't out of it. It's just the hardest part about this can be trying to get players to come to your team that, like, the dude I tried to sign there, he didn't want to come to my team. I have no interest because it's not my right thing. You can have the greatest players that are in your area that would be great for your team. You just can't get them to sign because your reputation is not very high. And the only way you can get your reputation higher is to keep advancing in the league, keep winning titles, winning trophies, doing that kind of stuff. So actually my stats not too bad, but you're right. I rely on, for lower leagues, I rely on the stars for the most part because they're, like you said, they're terrible. They ain't very good. But I also do look at their attributes sometimes, and I don't I don't want 2-star players on my team because even that will bring your team down a little bit. Not necessarily a lot, but it can hurt your overall star rating. So I try to get rid of players like that off my team, and I don't want to bring somebody in. And that was not what he looked like when I went to sign him to a contract. He was actually a 3-star player, but they didn't show it right. So I get rid of people like that every once in a while. It don't really hurt nothing. I don't care. I got money to spend. I'm lucky to have that money. But yeah, like I said, I get to the point where it cracks me up because being that I used to be a programmer, I was trained to do programming. I know a lot about how the game's interactions and stuff work. I don't think you did. I'll be goddamn. You gonna make me keep him? What? We have 25 grand. What are you talking talking about we don't have the money to do that. You're full of shit. Oh, they want to take it out of that. Okay, I get it. M. Thorpe, we'll keep him. He can sit there and do nothing for the whole time. That's fine. All right. So, you know what? This is the thing about it, though. Now that I think about it, I got him to be... No, he can't play there. He's a winger. So he would have played up here, but he's not playing in Colin's place. Colin Jack is my new work of art, or my new work of trying to raise a player up through, and he's going to be my new guy. I still need a defensive midfield or defensive back, and I don't have one, so Mr. Rack is going to have to be the man. Yeah, he's not gotten any better. And I like him because his natural fitness is a 14, jumping reach is a 13. He's 6'1", but his determination is good. I mean, he plays and he doesn't make mistakes, but he's just not what I want in that position because my defense has been a little bit of a liability through. Like I finally got a goalkeeper that's got enough ability to be a good goalkeeper, besides the one I have at the bottom. Oh, yeah, I know. I agree with you. And like I said, I mean, he's not a bad player. I just don't like to have those star values on your team because, unfortunately, it does make your team look weird. It's just it's a bad habit that I'm so used to doing the other way. But where is he? Come on, inbox. I'm pushing inbox to come on, and it's already there. Woo, that's just wrong. Where's my boy at? That's not which one I wanted. Where did you go? So Fleming in his, I mean, this is one. I mean, he's got good physicals for how old is he? For a 30-year-old, he's still got good physicals. I mean, hell, his natural fitness is still 12, so he's going to go for a while. But it's the other stuff that's really not too good for him. But he will be a good. He will be. Look at all the positions he can play. Good God, he can play everywhere. He can play left outside. See, I don't need him though. I think I tried to sign him before I got the other guy to sign, or was looking at the. I'm kind of glad I didn't get rid of him now. He can stick around. He's not too bad. He'll be definitely useful in positions if he gets to play. Chances are he's not going to get to play very often. But all right, let's go. Let's win this one. Let's take this home, boys. Give me another win. Preseason's almost over. We only got 3 matches left, and then we'll be ready to go to the big leagues and play in the next level. Hopefully, we start out good. Kick somebody's butt. Whoa, we made it to 5 hours today. Check that out. Go me. Woohoo! I got that damn song stuck in my head. Look at that, a 4-0 shutout. Go ahead. His first preseason game with us is a shutout. We love it. Let's roll, baby. 2 more to go, I think. Yep, 2 more. Play Carlton and we play Fleet Spurs, and that'll be it. And then we'll be in the regular season. We're gonna get these 2 games done, and then we're gonna call it a day for now. I would stream ESO tonight, but again, I have a my AEW podcast is tonight. I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna probably add that as a to the. I'm probably gonna do that to the Discord. But as again, like I said earlier, if you are a wrestling fan and you like AEW, we have there's a AEW Fan Hub subreddit you can join. They also have a if you're on Blue Sky, they also are on Blue Sky. And we have a Discord that you can join. And on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, when they're not a 4-hour show, we do a podcast. Tonight we'll do what we call Ignition. It is available on all streaming. You can stream wherever you stream podcasts. You can find us. It's AEW Fan Hubs podcast. One's called Ignition. The other's called pretty much the second one was a Dynamite review. So it's all elite talk is what we call it. We're just a bunch of friends that a bunch of people who love wrestling, love AEW, and we get together and we talk about on Tuesdays on Ignition. We talk about the news that's going on. You know, if there's anything important to talk about, we talk about it there. Wednesday nights we do a Dynamite review after the show. If it's like we don't do it at midnight, we do it at like 10:15. The podcast is at 8 on Tuesday or at 8:45 in the afternoon. We start at 8:45 and it usually runs between about an hour. We try to keep it there. Last week's went a little longer. Had a lot to discuss. But this week's, who knows? The things we have set up to talk about tonight, it could go for a long time or it could go for a short time. On Wednesdays, we do a review on Dynamite. If there isn't a pay-per-view, if there's a pay-per-view coming up that weekend, we usually will do a small. We'll talk about Dynamite matches as they pertain to the pay-per-view, but we do a prediction preview show for the pay-per-views before the pay-per-views. We have, there's a lot of people. It's a very open place. Our Discord has place to talk about WWE, AEW, Joshi's, New Japan, all the different indie. We got places for everybody to talk about that. It's a very calm and There's no drama in our Discord. In our AEW Fan Hub subreddit, we don't have a lot of drama because it's good people who want to be there. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, we do that on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Feel free to join the subreddit and join us on the stage because we have a stage, and you're more than welcome to come hang out and talk. We don't turn anybody away. But tonight I will not be streaming ESO unless I do. Well, as hell, by the time I'm done here, it's going to be tomorrow. It'll be too late by then. So we'll do that. Yay, Topley-san, and Collar Jack, and Bahula, and Willoughby, and Kellner, and David Evans, and Marsh, and Holiness. I just signed him too. Carl Dryden. He's my backup goalkeeper. He just signed. That's awesome. I'm getting ready to sign now. Trying to see. I want to see which one is going to be the highest amount, what they're worth, because I'm gonna think it's gonna be Jack, but it'll probably be one of the newer guys I signed just recently, like Holiness or Bahula or one of those guys, because they're better star value and they have better ratings. So they'll probably be the one that'll be worth more. But at least I can give people value now and not lose them for nothing. Alright, let's see what we got here. Come on, baby. Let's roll. Alright. Alright, so we're going to look at our squad here. Yeah, if I wasn't doing this on one PC, using OBS and the computer and the game on one PC, it would run a lot faster than it does. It is one of those things that we just have that issue for now. Every time I turn around, I'm losing the damn computer. Ooh, look at this. Yeah, we ain't got no values to these guys. Hey, look at that man. Mr. Marsh is worth up to 7,000. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Marsh. Leatherhand will probably. I just signed him to a new. He didn't get a contract. Why did he not get a contract? Didn't he sign in time for a contract? Apparently not. Never, ever, ever, if I can help it, do I ever offer any kind of promise. Oh, it's going to be that way, is it? Take this. Oh, you little prick. No, I don't think so. I really don't want to do that, but I'm going to do it because I'm trying to get him to sign this fucking contract so I don't have a chance to lose him. There you go, big boy. You get what you want and you got your money and you're good. That'll work. So we'll get him in there. I think I got everybody else down through these guys. I think he was the last one we did was Fleming. These guys can all be signed, but I can tell you right now, I do not probably won't sign any of them. We'll probably try to get them. I think they already got contracts. I think they're all. Yeah, he's got a youth contract. So I don't really need to sign them, but I'm probably gonna. Just because. And look, 4 of the 8 are freaking goalkeepers. Oh, that's crazy. That is insanity. But yeah, we're cruising now, boy. We just got to keep going and get our players to go. And we're good to go. So, Matt, I appreciate you coming in today, man. I appreciate the talk. And if you're welcome to come back anytime, I usually try to stream at my time, which would be about the same time, between 9 and 10:30 in the morning. 9:30 and 10:30 in the morning, I try to start. I stream every day unless I got something else I have to do. But I will be back in the morning. I'm going to finish the last 2 games for the preseason tomorrow, and we'll get started on that because it's been 5 hours. I'm starting to feel hungry, and with my type 2 diabetes, I can't just like not eat. I want to thank everybody else that came in. Revy for the raid, Mr. Nish for the raid, Giggles, Quack, Duchess, Revy, Nussity, Manny Moo, Chrissy, Amy Games, and Matt. I appreciate that. I will talk normal eventually. I appreciate you guys all being here. I will be back tomorrow morning. We will have some fun. I will be here. And like I said, my YouTube is below. We do the YouTube with all the if you want to see the stuff before this, it's all there. I'm going to be doing a YouTube video series starting as soon as I get my computer situation fixed up. But that's what we're going to do. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I will see you tomorrow. Peace. It came up just when I'm getting ready to go.